Good morning and a warm welcome. Day 4 from Emirates, Old Trafford, Lancashire against Warwickshire in the LV County Championship. The good news is it's dry and the forecast is clear for the day. How will this match unfold? We'll build up to the start of play in the company of Adam Pinder-Smith, who's with me for commentary today. We're going to hear from Keaton Jennings, who got a century last night. We'll look back at the highlights from day 3, and we're heading outside to hear from the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas, as well. Good morning, Adam.
Morning, Scott.
Are you well?
I'm very well. Yourself?
Good. What do you reckon today, then? That Friday afternoon where we lost, I think it's 35 overs in the day. We're going to see Warwickshire resuming on 4 without loss in their second innings, 42 behind. What's your predictions for day 4?
Well, I think the draw is probably the bookies' favourite. As you say, we lost a bit of time Friday and yesterday due to the lights. And with them, 46 behind at the moment on 4 without loss. Even if they really go for it in that first hour, they're only going to have a lead of maybe 10, 20, so double that up to maybe sort of 60 at lunch. You can't see how Warwickshire can win it from there. A draw isn't a disaster for either side. Warwickshire go to, or host Northampton next at Edgbaston. Lancashire go to Yorkshire. So I think, we're still only in the second week of May. Draw not a disaster for either side, and I think that's probably where we're going to be come close of play tonight.
Just looking back at some of the things from yesterday, the players just warming up outside. We're going to hear from Keaton, his century in his first game of the season. We'll get his thoughts on that in a second. In terms of Warwickshire, and in particular McAndrew, on debut, he had a terrific afternoon, didn't he?
He certainly did. He struggled a bit before lunch. I think he was just sort of trying to find his feet, trying to decide what his role was in the side. Maybe had a chat with a few people over lunch, but he came out after lunch on that Saturday afternoon, bit between his teeth, ran in hard from that Anderson end and didn't give anything away, bowled a really tight line, got his rewards to the end as well, picked up those 4 wickets, couldn't quite make it 5, but he really did look the part. Looks like a really good overseas signing for the Bears. And
then we saw that brilliant little spell, didn't we, at the close of play last night with Alex Davis, who was here for 10 years, trying to get off the mark and get his first run. Lancashire doing all they could to try and deny Davis a single. He eventually got his run, but it was a really intense little period right at the end of the day.
Well, I said on commentary last night, didn't I, that there must be very few scenarios that are worse than that in cricket. Coming out on a pair, in bad light, surrounded by your mates in the field, giving you plenty. They had 3 slips in, men round the bat. They had 2 bowlers of a really high standard running in hard, and there he was facing naught. Desperate. He was hopping round the popping crease, trying to nick a single here and there. Played a lovely shot, actually, in the end to bring up that boundary through backward point. But it's what cricket is all about, particularly at this sort of thing. Everything was happening. The lights just seemed to add something to it as well when they came on. But I thought he played really well, actually, and I thought both sides dealt with it in the scenario really quite well in the end.
They've managed to, he managed to get his first runs of this match. He will be determined, Alex, wanting to go on and get more today and make it a memorable return to Emirates Old Trafford for him.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? It was certainly a few eyebrows were raised when he made that journey down the M6 in the winter to Edgbaston. He'll be wanting to prove a point that he's made the right decision, that he belongs at the top of the order as well. There was a lot of questions for Warwickshire. Would he keep the gloves? Would he take the gloves off Burgess? But Burgess has had a cracking start to the season, so it looks like he's going to be moving to the top of the order, certainly over the next few games, with Rob Yates sliding down to number 3. So you look at it and you think, he hasn't really got anything to lose today. They're not sort of really pushing hard for victory at the moment. He can go out, enjoy his cricket, see where he is at lunch, and maybe try and make a big one this afternoon. Yeah,
we'll see how it all unfolds. For Lancashire and their bowlers, still pretty new ball, obviously. They've come back nice and fresh overnight. Will be, as ever, that first hour tricky.
It will, and then you've also got the sort of wild card of Parkinson as well to throw into the mix. I've not been down and seen the pitch, so I don't quite know if it's sort of deteriorating. Day 4 pitch at Lancashire, you would expect a bit of spin here at Old Trafford, so we'll have to see. But even so, we've seen so far, where are we? The opening morning of the 4th day, and we're only just starting the second innings. So even if it does turn square after lunch, I still think a result is going to be tricky.
Yeah, I think I would agree with you with that. We'll get the captain's thoughts in a second. We're going to look back at the highlights of the 3rd day as well. You mentioned the draw not perhaps the worst result for either team. Surrey have won this week. They're the Division 1 leaders. Hampshire have got a chance of forcing a victory as well. I suppose maybe because those two, well, Surrey have won, Hampshire might well win. Maybe these two don't want to kind of give the other a big advantage by losing this match. I know we're into the final day and that might be difficult for Warwickshire to win from this position, but I know it's early in the season, but still quite intriguing how that's all shaping up, isn't it?
It is, and then there's also England call-ups to throw into the mix as well. There's at least 2, if not 3 more rounds of the Championship before that first Test match at Lord's. So, as well as obviously England places being up for grabs, you're naturally going to be pulling some of those sort of players, your Joe Roots from Yorkshire, your Ben Stokes, although that's the 2nd division, but you could potentially see a Burns, a Pope from Surrey being taken away. Lancashire, you would expect Anderson and Mahmood to potentially be in that squad. Wokes hasn't played any county championship this year for Warwickshire, but is going to be in and around. So it's early days, but I still think that they're going to play it safe where they can. I'm certainly not expecting a maverick declaration from Will Rhodes at lunch and sort of go, come on then Lancashire, see if you can chase them down. I think they're going to play a conservative game this today, and I think they'll probably see where they are at tea. OK, let's see how it all unfolds. Looking forward to it. We'll get the captain's thoughts in a second. Highlights to come. Before that, it was a wonderful day for Keaton Jennings. His first match of the season, his first time he's battered for Lancashire for over 9 months, and he got himself a century. Here's his thoughts. Well, Keaton Jennings, well battered. First and foremost, congratulations. Your first knock of the summer and a century. You must be delighted.
Yeah, delighted, relieved. It's been a long time since the last time I stepped onto a professional field. So just delighted to get a good score today and get us into a position where come day 4 we can sort of hopefully push and try and get a result out of the game.
The way you battered last night and got through it as well, and you were there this morning, did you get your rewards for that, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I mentioned yesterday I felt fairly uncomfortable, just trying to get the rhythms of play again, just trying to sort of get through. And today things just kind of clicked a little bit better, which is quite nice, and thankfully a ball or 2 hit the middle of the bat, which is quite nice. But no, look, very thankful and very relieved. And I think sometimes the guys that don't get the praise are the medical staff, and the guys that arrive here after being 10, 12, 13 days on the bounce and 8 o'clock in the morning. Sam Burns here rubbing my calves to try and get me through for all reasons. So, you know, I've got to thank those guys for putting the time into me to get me into a space where I can go out and play and actually enjoy what I enjoy doing.
And such a nice partnership too with Luke Wells.
100%, yeah. Travelled in the last couple of days with him as well. So, yeah, look, he's been playing beautifully over the last couple of games as well. So, look, hopefully he can keep going and really sort of push on the season, which has been brilliant. I'm ashamed that he didn't quite get over the line and get another 3-figure score for us. But like I say, we're in a position now in this game where hopefully come tomorrow we can push for some sort of result. They've
obviously fought back pretty well in the afternoon with the ball, haven't they? Just kind of assess the match for us, how it stands at the minute.
Look, I mean, obviously we've 40 or 50 runs ahead at the minute, so I mean the ball's probably still slightly in our favour. There's a lot of hard work to do tomorrow, but when we saw when they took their second new ball, the ball did go around, the ball did deviate, so hopefully the 2 heavy rollers they'll have on won't have too much of an effect, and hopefully come tomorrow we can, who knows, strike with our new ball, creates a little bit of panic. Parky comes into play. There's quite a bit of dust and sort of traffic through those bowling areas, so hopefully he can rip out a couple, and then who knows, it's anyone's game. Come that last session, if we've got to have a bit of a run chase and sort of put our foot on the gas, you know, we're willing to do that. We want to try and win games of cricket.
Looked like good fun at the end there with Alex Davis on strike.
Oh, definitely. Look, it was under lights, obviously playing against an old teammate, an old friend. I mean, there's a bit of chat, which is brilliant, and that's how you want to play cricket. I mean, Parky diving around. I think you'll get the lads a CBB in later on. So, look, it's been a brilliant game so far. A really good advert for good, hard-fought cricket.
There's a proper good stop from Parkinson.
Like I say, a career best. Yeah, look, I mean, he's a fantastic lad to have around. He's buzzed around all day, which is brilliant. He's a great picker up of a mood, and he sort of drives the lads on. I mean, he's never in a negative frame of mind. Always pushes the lads on to kind of be jovial and sort of be up and about, which is brilliant. So, look, I mean, you can see that in the way he goes about his work out there as well.
Cool, perfect. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Jennings turns up on Lancashire return. An unbeaten century stand between Lancashire openers Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells meant that going into day 3, their side trailed Warwickshire by 188 runs with all 10 wickets in hand at Emirates Old Trafford. And Lancashire's day would begin with a milestone too, as former England opener Keaton Jennings went to 50 in his first appearance for Lancashire this season, having recovered from a calf injury. Lancashire's charge would continue past 150 as Jennings reached 60 and Luke Wells 80. But with the score on 166, Warwickshire would finally make the breakthrough, Wells driving back to Danny Briggs to give the Bears their first wicket of the innings. Josh Bohannon arrived at the crease and he and Jennings continued Lancashire's fine showing to bat as they turned the screw to put on another 50 together, the home side passing 200. Lunch was taken with the score at 222 for 1, Bohannon unbeaten on 20 and Jennings on 96, just 4 more away from a 21st first-class century. And that would arrive in the second over after lunch, Jennings pushing the spin of Briggs through the covers to bring up 3 figures in his first game of the year. A fantastic return for Jennings, who had averaged 48 for Lancashire last season. Warwickshire, however, would make a much-needed breakthrough shortly after, Bohannon edging to slip for 23 off the bowling of Hannon Dalby. And it would be a double strike for the home side as Stephen Croft was caught in the gully off the bowling of Craig Miles, Lancashire now 246 for 3. Jennings' innings would also come to an end as the second new ball resulted in a 3rd wicket falling, Jennings edging to Hayne for 110 as Lancashire lost their 3rd wicket for just 15 runs. Captain Dane Villas and Phil Salt added 40 runs together at a good rate, but Salt was out for 26, caught at mid-off the bowling of Nathan McAndrew to give the Australian his first wicket for the club. Lancashire's 300 would arrive in the 101st over. Dane Villas and George Balderson navigated their way through to tea as Lancashire went into the break on 324 for 5 and with a 9-run lead. As play resumed, Lancashire suffered one of the almighty collapses as 326 for 5 became 335 for 9. First, George Balderson was dismissed by McAndrew for 11 before Luke Wood edged to slip off Danny Briggs for just 1 run. Shortly after, and McAndrew would strike twice in consecutive overs, first removing Dane Villas for 42 before removing Hassan Ali for 4. Lancashire had lost 8 wickets for 94 runs. The final pair of Bailey and Parkinson would add 26 together, but that was before Parkinson fell LBW to Hannon Dalby to give him his 3rd of the innings. Lancashire all out for 361, a lead of 46, but they'd be no doubt disappointed given their position that they had earlier in the day. Jennings the star man after his excellent century, and McAndrew and Hannon Dalby the pick of the bowlers with 4 and 3 wickets apiece respectively. In reply, Warwickshire's openers would face just 3 overs before bad light brought a halt to proceedings and an early end to the day. Warwickshire trailing by 42 runs, with the draw looking by far the likeliest result after Keaton Jennings' fine century was the story of day 3.
Some of the highlights there from the 3rd day here from Emirates Old Trafford. The captain, Dane Villas, is alongside me. Morning, Dane.
Yeah, good morning.
What do you reckon then, 4th day? A lot of time lost already in the match because of what happened on Friday. How do you think today might shape up?
I think it's going to be an interesting day, so it's going to be a good day here. I think we've got a small lead, obviously not as much as we wanted to yesterday. But yeah, there's a little bit of window here and opportunity, and if we play well, and anything can happen on this 4th day wicket.
Just talk to us a little bit about the pitch, because yourselves, I think Warwickshire yesterday bowled really well on what looks like a pretty flat pitch. Is that fair to say or not?
Yeah, I think so. I think any batter would say they'd want to bat on that type of wicket as well, which is obviously great here at Emirates Old Trafford. We love batting here. But saying that, I think there is a ball in there if you bowl really well, and with the attack that we got, I think we can hopefully try and get as much out of the pitch as we can. Obviously with the seamers and stuff, and then when Parky, when he comes into it, I think it will spin. Just on
yesterday, it was a terrific century for Keaton, wasn't it? It must be great to have him back in the team.
Yeah, it was nice. Always good to have Keats back and doing well, and trying to set us up for the thing. But yeah, it would have been nice if someone could have helped him a bit more, and someone else could have put their hand up with another big partnership or a big contribution.
It says a lot about Keaton, doesn't it? It's his first match of the season. He's not played a second team game. He got injured in pre-season and just comes and kind of carries on where he left off.
Yeah, I think he did nicely, so it's good to see him and good to have him back.
In terms of this morning, I guess the key first hour, try and get some wickets and get into them.
Yeah, I think so. I think the plan is not to push too much. If you try and surge too much on this wicket, that's when you go out and you sort of lose your way a bit. I think we can put the pressure on and bowl the best ball, and that's all we can do, is try and add as much pressure as we can and put them under pressure, and then hopefully they can falter.
Cheers, Cheers, Captain.
Thank
Have
you
a good
very
day.
much. Cheers.
Thoughts of the Lancashire captain, Dane Villas. Impeccable timing, because we're just about to have the first ball of the day, with Warwickshire then 4 without loss. Hassan Ali to get us going on the 4th and final day. And Dom Sibley is on strike, unbeaten. Actually, he's not yet scored, has he? No, he's on 0. Faced 6 deliveries late on last night, and Davis made those 4 runs. 3 slips in the gully waiting, so here we go. Let's see what happens inside this first hour or so. Hassan bowling, left alone by Don Sibley, the centurion from the first innings. He had a great day, didn't he, Don Sibley? And unbeaten 142. Can he emulate that? Lancashire had a couple of players already this season who have scored centuries in both innings against them. It happened in Canterbury. It also happened in Southampton last week. So will it happen again? Hassan bowling, and Sibley just works the ball away towards Bailey, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. There was plenty of chatter last night. It was great watching that final couple of overs when Alex Davis was doing his best to try and get off a pair, and Lancashire were doing all they could to try and keep him on it, including a career best piece of fielding by Matt Parkinson. Hassan's in and bowling, left alone by Sibley, and taken by Phil Salt. Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, the 2 slip fielders there, just behind the batter, Don Sibley. Salt the keeper, Wells and Jennings, and Hassan sending down the first over of the day. The current Division 1 table, very exciting, has Surrey top because they had that whopping win against Northamptonshire. Left and through to Salt, and there's no run. So Surrey have powered their way to 89 points at the top of Division 1. 3 wins from 5. Hampshire are currently second. I know it's only May, but Hampshire are currently second with 59 points, and Lancashire are third with 58 points. But they've played 1 game less than Hampshire, and 2, as it stands, fewer than Surrey. So it's all quite tight at the top. Yorkshire have got 51 points, and they could have a big say in it too. Sibley looking to try and get the first run of the day, working it, or aiming to work it leg side. The ball disappears away towards point, and there's no run. So a nice little cushion at the top of their county championship division for Surrey after a 3-day win over Northants. Of course, still very, very early, but good fun. The county championship again, already at the very early stages of this new season. Final ball of the first over of the day, and Sibley's just playing the ball safely towards the offside, and there is no run. Forecast is good for the 4th and final day, and Lancashire will be hopeful. So Bailey it will be to open up from the Jimmy Anderson end. So Bailey through to Davis, and taken by Salton. There is no run. There's Bailey back into to Davis. It's defended down into third slip where Stephen Cross on his knees to stop the ball. Oh yeah, that's exactly what you did. Got your hand on it. Stop the ball, Stephen Cross. It was great last night to watch Lancashire doing all they could to keep Alex Davis on naught. But he got his first run. It was good fun. I mean, the Parkinson stop late on last night at mid-on took everybody by surprise, I think, including Parkinson. Bailey's in to Davis. Gathered by Salt, and there's no run. He'll be getting a little bit, I think, out there, Alex Davis. There'll be a few friendly words of advice and encouragement from his former teammates. He's big mates with Tom Bailey, who dismissed him in the first innings. We spoke to him at the close of play, and I think he said something like, I was just quite pleased that it was over and done with quickly. But this will be a good contest. Bailey to Davis. It's driven. It's a lovely shot for 4. To the left of Parkinson at mid-on. And he doubles his score there. Alex Davis, he moves up to 8. As indeed do Warwickshire. Nice looking shot. Up towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. Quiet down a few of the Lancashire players. And Davis will be, I'm sure, eager to impress. He'll want some runs today. He's defending away into the offside. Picked up by Josh Bohannon, and there is no run. Adam is alongside me in the box for the first time, having been on the sofa. How did you find the sofa?
It's very comfy.
It is comfy, isn't it? It's a comfy sofa.
Where have you got them from?
Don't know.
Yeah, very, very lovely. It was very relaxing, very calming in there, wasn't it? It's lovely.
Rumours are always a buy one, get one free on the sofa. Bailey to Davis. And that's pushed away into the offside. And up comes Bohannon, and there is no run. That's the end of Bailey's first over. The runs off it. That shot by Davis, which is a lovely shot. Down the ground for 4. And then the first runs of the day as well. 8 without loss.
Lovely shade of grey, those sofas, weren't they?
Yes.
Really brought out your eyes, I thought.
Did they? That's
yes.
very good. That's very sweet of you. Thank you.
It sort of clashed with my jumper a little bit. I wish I'd known I was going to be on the box and I would have ironed his shirt, but never mind. It's going to be a good day, isn't it?
Hopefully. I guess it all depends on the morning, doesn't it, really?
Yeah. What happens between now and lunch is, I think, going to be key to the day. And it's going to be Hassan Ali from the Statham end. He's in now and he bowls and hits Sibley, who just works the ball into the offside, so he's still there on naught. Yeah, I wouldn't say gloomy. It was gloomy when I got to the ground, but it's definitely overcast here in Manchester this morning, isn't it? So maybe get a bit of swing with the ball. It's still a fairly fresh cherry, which is obviously what the Lancashire bowlers are going to want. Not as big a crowd in as yesterday, but it is only early. As Ali on his mark and comes in again now. Sibley on strike, and he leaves this one alone, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Phil Salt. Another dot in the book. A couple of people just down below us. A couple in the upper stand there as well, and then over in the old pavilion on the lower section there in the grey seats. Wonder if our friend Anthony's there again today.
Ah, yes.
If you are, Anthony, hello, good morning. Send us a message. Be lovely to hear from you. Here comes Ali again. Past the umpire now and bowls. And this one's worked to the leg side. Should be runs for Sibley. Might be 4 of them. Just the one. As scampering round from fine leg comes Matt Parkinson. So they come back for a second. 2 to the score. Sibley's first run to this second innings. Meaning Warwickshire are 10 for none.
With our first wicket of the day across the LV County Championship, and it's come in Essex, where David Malan is out for 87. And Yorkshire are 426 for 6. Just the second ball of the day. The wicket.
Ali in again now. Right arm over. This time Sibley defends on the front foot for no run.
Looking at how the other games are progressing, and both of these two sides, Lancashire and Warwickshire, will be keeping a close eye on what's happening, I think in particular at Hampshire. because that's the game, the other game in Division 1 that perhaps might have a result. Essex and Yorkshire looks a little bit drawy, doesn't it, really? Both, well, Yorkshire in the first innings, they lead Essex by 24. They've had some rain and poor weather around.
And Alice strikes Sibley on the pad, and appeal for leg before wicket. All the slips go up, but the umpire not interested.
Big shout, wasn't it? Big shout.
Is that a word, drawery?
I don't know. I don't know. I think he's probably not. But you kind of get what I mean.
Should we get Susie Dent on the phone and ask her?
Get Susie Dent. Drawery.
Can you have a drawery match?
That feels it's heading in that direction. But Hampshire-Gloucestershire might not, because Gloucestershire are 114 for 2, and they need 250 runs from this stage to win. Hampshire needing 8 wickets. Of course, Surrey beat Northants yesterday.
Here comes Ali again, and this time Sibley drives through the onside. Bailey does the fielding, so once again no run. That completes the over. Just those 2 runs to Dom Sibley off it. So he's up and running in this second innings, is the Warwickshire opener. They are 36 behind on 10 without loss.
Just the 2 bowlers used so far, but obviously just 6 overs into this Warwickshire second innings. We had that short spell last night. Went off a bad light last night, actually. I think with 12 overs remaining, we can't make up any time today. So we tried to make up an additional 8 overs yesterday for the time lost on Friday. We actually fell 12 short of the day's allocation yesterday, so we didn't even get the actual normal allocation of overs in yesterday. Bailey to Davis, who defends, and there's no run, let alone the additional ones trying to make up some time. And we can't add any extra onto the last day, so there's a minimum of 96 overs to be bowled. But once we're finished today. Can't make up time for days lost on 2 and 3. That's not helping the kind of prospect of trying to force a result one way or the other today.
No, and it does sort of feel like the clock's ticking a bit as well, doesn't it? That if they're going to want to try and force a result, they need to get on with it.
Well, that's a nice shot from Davis. He's just steered it off the face of the bat down towards that deep third region. Stephen Croft will catch up with it, and Davis will come back for a second. But I mean, there are 3 slips and there's a gully in place there. He's just almost allowed the ball to deflect off the face of the bat down towards the rope.
Very wristy shot there, wasn't it, from the right-hander? Just sort of, you know, opened the face and guided it down, almost sort of working it in between those slip fielders. But it was a lovely shot, and they really ran hard as well, those 2. I think Tom Sibley's still trying to catch his breath at the non-striker's end as Bailey's coming in to run again.
Back into to Davis, who's up onto his toes and works the ball up to Parkinson at mid-on. And there's no run.
Big day at Edgbaston today. It's the final of the Women's T20 today.
Yes.
So it's currently Warwickshire against Gloucestershire. That got underway a couple of minutes ago. Well, 45 minutes ago nearly now. Cricket Wales Somerset is the other semi-final. That's at 1:30. And then the final itself is at about 4:30 this afternoon. So we'll keep you up to date on that one.
This is edged and taken by Keaton Jennings. And Bailey's got Davis twice in the match. His old mates have combined to dismiss Alex Davis on his return to Emirates Old Trafford. Bailey and then Jennings with a modest celebration. Keaton Jennings as he takes the catch. Smile on his face. Lancashire are happy. But not to be for Alex Davis on his first return back to Emirates Old Trafford. He's out for 10. And Bailey, for the second time in the match, has dismissed his mate with a beauty.
Full of delivery, that one from Bailey. Got big on him. Took the top right-hand side of the bat and it flew through to Jennings. A comfortable catch, you would say, at first slip. But the breakthrough that Lancashire wanted. They're still, 30-odd behind Warwickshire, so they can get a couple here. Could be interesting, couldn't it, with that lead of 32?
Must mention as well, you mentioned the game at Edgbaston. Good luck to Lancashire's women as well, taking place at their County T20 finals at Northern Cricket Club. And they're taking on Nottinghamshire in the semi-final. That is underway. So we'll keep you across the score from that game as well. So plenty of cricket taking place. In fact, I can bring you an update right now. Nottinghamshire is 16 for 1. And Phoebe Graham, who was with us for commentary on Thursday, has picked up the first wicket of the day. So Nottinghamshire 16 for 1. Lancashire women are looking for T20 silverware themselves. So Bailey with the breakthrough. Rob Yates, the new batter. And a fourth slip going in now. So 4 slips. Lancashire on the attack. 32 behind still Warwickshire. Bailey bowls to Yates. And that's just eased up towards Matt Parkinson. And there is no run. Not a great deal that Alex Davis could have done about that. He got a really good delivery from Tom Bailey. Yeah, it was a snorter.
Out of the top drawer, that one from Bailey, wasn't it? He just had that little bit of extra oomph, didn't it? That little bit of grit. It stuck in the pitch, got big on him, and Jennings did the rest at slip.
Bailey to Yates. That's pushed away towards mid-on. There's no run. So Alex, again this morning, we seem to keep bumping into each other in and around the lifts. And he had a nasty cut on his lip, didn't he, yesterday? But he said he was fine. No problems. And I wished him all the best, but I certainly hope he goes on and has an excellent season for the Bears. I'm sure he will. Final ball of Bailey's second over of the morning. And Yates onto the front foot and pushing away. And Bohannon comes up and there's no run. And Bailey gets a very good round of applause, and rightly so, because he's hit the ground running, as indeed Hassan Ali has. They're going to need a good morning. They're going to need a morning session where wickets tumble if we're going to see a result forced in this match. But it's a good start by the Red Rose.
Certainly is. You'd want to be getting rid of Sibley as well if you're Dane Villas and Lancashire. As we saw in the first innings, he knows how to carry his bat and drop anchor. It's Ali again from the Stafen end, and Sibley is forward and defends, and no run scored.
Yeah, you feel that's the key early one if Lancashire can get Dom Sibley out.
But he did look in good touch in that first innings. I know different conditions, different state in the match, but there were some beautiful drives, particularly down the ground from the opener. Ali in again, has the umpire, and Sibley leaves this one alone. It was a fuller delivery that swung a little bit, I think, through to the keeper, Salt. In fact, yeah, Salt just indicating with his gloves there that it just moved a little bit off the pitch. So encouraging things for Lancashire. They're certainly going full of a length, probing towards that sort of fourth stump region, that corridor of uncertainty that you hear bowlers talking about. Sibley waits and Ali's in. He's forward and defends. Josh Bohannon doing the fielding for no run, so it stays 14 for 1.
Well, last night we went off for bad light, and it's always a tricky situation, isn't it, for the umpires? And they stayed out there for as long as they could. I mean, Lancashire were desperate to try and get them 12 overs in, because it was tricky. And Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells had to deal with equally poor light. I think it was probably borderline. The fact that the umpires stayed out there would suggest that it wasn't actually that far away from being okay, and that they gave it the best possible opportunity, but just taking away another 12 overs from the match.
Hassan Ali in again, and Sibley works his one into the leg side. Good bit of fielding there by Dane Villas at mid-wicket. Almost catches Rob Yates at the non-striker's end off guard as well. He had to scamper back to his crease. Gets his bat inside the popping crease line before Villas could release the ball and have a shy at the stumps.
I had a message on Twitter saying, how did the football tennis go today? 'Cause I mentioned this yesterday that we were speaking to George Balderson, who's part of it's the young ones against the old ones in the build-up to football tennis, and it's very competitive, and it's clearly a very integral part of Lancashire's meticulous pre-match preparations.
Ali again now, right arm over this one, a very full delivery, confidently left by Dom Sibley, raises his bat up out the way and it goes through to Salt for no run.
And Villas, actually the young team had won 9 on the bounce, and they were looking to make it a magnificent 10, but Dame Villas this morning, I asked him how did it go yesterday, and the old boys won. They won yesterday, so the young lads didn't make it 10 on the spin.
So it's a 9-1 aggregate. Last ball of this alley over. Here he comes, right arm over, and Sibley defends. So a maiden from Hassan Ali from this stay for men leaves the score still on 14 for 1. The deficit still 32.
I saw Luke Wood was on the side of the older players. He's only 26. Blimey. Bit harsh.
Well, who have they got as young pups in the side?
That's what they've got. I'm looking at the younger. They had Rob Jones doing a bit the other day, and they've got Parkinson out there, and I think Balderson was on that. The youngsters team. I presume Bohannon was on it as well. 26 doesn't feel like you should be on the oldest.
I certainly, when I was 26, wasn't doing things you'd class as being old, put it that way.
Bailey comes in and bowls. It's played neatly by Yates. He's just lent into it, really. It's gone up towards the straight mid-off region where Bohannon will catch up with it. Yates gets his first runs. Just a little push, really.
Nice shot, wasn't it? From the left-handed Yates. Moved down to number 3 this season. Had a great season opening the batting for Warwickshire last year, but comes in at the first wicket down this season with the arrival of Davis.
Bailey to Yates down the leg side. Gathered by Phil Salt. I think he was on the younger team, Phil Salt, this morning. He's 25. Maybe 25 is the cut-off. You get to 25, you're all right. As soon as you get to 26, on the other side, you're in with the old boys.
Raise your bat for a quarter century and off you go. Get on the other side of that net.
Bailey to Yates. It's defended up to Bohannon. Mid-off, and there is no run. (16 for 1). Yates on 2. They'll do their best, like, just to look after the ball today. Only 8.5 overs old. They'll be hoping that ball is a good one for them. Bailey from the Anderson end. Getting neatly forward in defence. Again, Bohannon fields. And there is no run.
They're certainly on the attack this morning, Lancashire, after that early wicket. What have they got? 1, 2, 3, 4 slips in. Fairly wide-ish gully as well. Mid-on, mid-off. Mid-wicket. And a fine leg, so they're wanting to test these batters early on.
It just defends from the crease, safely easing the ball out through to the offside, and there is no run. Looking forward to watching Yates. Not seen massive amounts of him. He's only 22. He's had a really exciting start to his career. I mean, he looks like a fabulous talent for the Bears. Great opportunity here. Try and bat today. Wants a run, gets one, and it's well executed too. Like a little push away into the offside. There's a gap between point and Bohannon, who's quite tight in at mid-off. Just drops it into the offside. Knew there was one straight away, and he moves up to 3. 17 for 1.
Yeah, quite an interesting story for Rob Yates, actually.
Okay.
Solihull born. and sort of came to the game relatively late. He was at Birmingham University, so he wasn't on any of these sort of, you know, spotted at 10, wrapped up in cotton wool kind of, you know, programmes through the junior section at Warwickshire. He was sort of, my understanding is anyway, he was sort of spotted playing cricket at university and was invited to come along and hasn't looked back since, really. He's a really tidy player, really has had a cracking season last season, will hope to continue. It's going to be Hassan Ali again, who delivers a full ball to Yates. He gets forward and works it into the offside, no run. It's Bohannon that does the fielding.
36 first-class matches, 1,700 runs, an average of 41 is an outstanding start to a career for 22 years of age. 6 centuries from 36 matches, 5 50s. That's exciting. That's a really impressive start.
You know you're good when Mike Atherton's singing your praises as well, and he's always been a big fan of Rob Yates. Ali in again. Yates forward and defends this time, and once again Bohannon does the fielding. No run, so it stays 17 for 1.
He's a player you read a lot about and hear a lot about, but obviously covering Lancashire, you only get to see the player if he's up against the Red Rose. But yeah, looking forward to watching how he progresses. Too exciting, and Dom Sibley's still got an awful lot to go in his career. Two exciting batters here together for the Bears. Should be good fun to watch this.
Ali in once more, and this is down the leg side. Half an appeal from behind the stumps by Jennings at first slip. Salt takes the catch, and there's no run. Yeah, I would say Sibley's late 20s now. Certainly no more, may only be mid-20s. I would have thought he was early 20s when he made his Test debut out in New Zealand, and that was only just before COVID, so I would have said he was
26.
Yeah, I'm going to say 26, 27, something like that. Ali in once more as the left-handed Yates, who's forward and defends for no run. There's plenty of talent at Edgbaston at the moment, with bat and with ball. They've recruited well, they've developed well. Paul Farbrace as Director of Cricket seems to be making good of the players he's got, and obviously the coach as well, Robinson, bringing on the team. It's good to see. It's a massive cricketing area, the West Midlands. They're very proud of their cricket team as well. Ali round the wicket this time to Yates. A bit of a change of angle, but the same outcome. A forward defence from Yates that's just fielded on the leg side by Dane Villas. It stays for no run. 1 ball to go in this Hassan Ali over. He's bowled. This will be the 5th. He's had 3 maidens and only conceded the 2 runs so far. Nothing in the wickets column yet this innings. But he's bowled a very, very good spell so far. 1 ball to go in the 10th over, then it will be bowled by Ali round the wicket, right arm. And Yates steals a single off the last ball of the over to move the score on to 18 for 1. 10 done. Yates on 4, Sibley alongside him, not out on 2. Elsewhere, I mentioned that it's the Women's T20 Finals day today at the Edgbaston Community Sports Ground in Birmingham. The first semi-final is between Warwickshire and Gloucestershire. So the Warwickshire team won the toss, elected to bowl, and Gloucestershire in all sorts of trouble, 48 for 9 in the 13th over. 4 wickets for Patel in that one. The second semi-final is between Cricket Wales and Somerset. That starts at 1:30, and then the final is at 4:30 this afternoon, all taking place at the Edgbaston Community Sport Ground. So we'll keep you up to date with that one. As Scott was also saying, the Lancashire women are in action as well. Bailey again to Yates. He's round the wicket. And Yates is forward and defends. Up to Bohannon at mid-off for no run. 18 for 1 the score. As the clock ticks round to 11:30. Here at Emirates Old Trafford, the final day of this county championship match. Which has been really good attritional cricket, this one, between the Red Rose and the Bears. Bailey in again, and Yates is looking for runs this time. A lovely shot out towards mid-off, and he gets through for a single, so one more to the total. 19 for 1. Bohannon doing the fielding there at a fairly wide-ish mid-off. Brings Dom Sibley on strike, so the field will change for the right-handed batter. Number 45 on his back. Just checking his guard. And Bailey returns to right arm over to the right-handed batter. Bailey still with the 3 slips. Couple in the covers. A mid-on and a mid-off. Bailey in now, and Sibley's forward and defends, and that one stings the hands. He takes his right hand off the bat and gives it the shake. Does the Warwickshire man. Not quite as many in as yesterday, but still a few people populating the far side of the ground. Cluster of people on this near side as well. Wherever you're listening to us this Sunday, it's great to have you with us. Bailey in, and Sibley works it into the leg side. And a good bit of fielding there. I think it hit a divot actually, yeah, there's a point from the fielder. It just bobbled a little bit, and that's muddied his whites as well. I'm sure he won't mind too much. So a bit of a ring field on the offside, and the 3 slips. 2 saving, 1 on the leg side, and then a man at fine leg. As Bailey comes in, gets struck on the pad to Sibley. It sounded a bit batty though. I certainly heard some wood on that, and the umpire definitely not interested, so a not out decision given. 19 for 1 Warwickshire. Dom Sibley 2 not out, just those 2 runs in the previous over that he faced, along with 100 of course. 142 he was not out in that first innings. Jos Bohannon just having a little word in the ear of Bailey, who's got 1 ball to go in this 11th over from the Anderson end now. He's in now to Sibley, who's forward and defends. So 11 done in Warwickshire's second innings. Sibley on 2, Yates alongside him on 1. The 1 wicket to fall was that of Alex Davis. A good catch at first slip earlier on in the day to remove the former Lancashire man. The deficit's still 27, and after 11 bowled here on this final morning, they're 19 for 1 Warwickshire.
There's a little bit of poor weather around elsewhere. There's been a delayed starts to the games involving Worcestershire and Durham. I think they have just got underway. Looking at where potential kind of wins may come from. Durham looking to try and force a victory at Worcestershire this week. Sussex and Middlesex could conjure something up, with Sussex leading Middlesex by 298 with 7 wickets remaining. They could try and declare there at some stage. It's Hassan Ali bowling around the wicket, full and left by Yates and through to the keeper. And Leicestershire lead Glamorgan by 63 with 3 wickets remaining. So and Glamorgan will be hoping to force a victory in South Wales. Gloucestershire have made a nice start through the first half an hour, not lost a wicket. They've got George Scott and Miles Hammond batting. They're 123 for 2. 245 more runs for them to win is not beyond the realms of possibility. And Hampshire looking for 8 wickets for a victory. We'll keep you across all the scores right across the LV County Championship. Don't forget the text commentary on the BBC Sport website and the app. Here's Hassan in bowling forward because Yates punched away into the offside. Luke Wood fielding at point for Lancashire. There's no run. 19 for 1, still 27 behind the wicket of Alex Davis inside the first half an hour of play. Hassan Ali for Lancashire, as he has done throughout the course of this impressive start. Lancashire's overseas signing for the first 6 championship matches. He really has run in hard for his captain. He's been a great fun to watch. And he's back in and bowling once more to Yates, who's right forward and defending into the offside. It bounces out to Villas, the captain, who I'm sure will be thinking of all sorts of possibilities as this day progresses. His bowling changes. Be a few players scratching their head potentially as to what do we do next. He's got the leg spinner. When does he get Parkinson into the game? He's got Hassan Ali and Tom Bailey to start things off this morning. Balderson and Wood perhaps to come in next. Short ball pulled out towards that square leg boundary for 4. Sat up nicely for Yates. That'll give you a little indication perhaps of the pace of the pitch. And he put that away pretty emphatically. Nice looking shot. Hassan just dropping short, pivots back and pulls it out through the onside for 4.
First poor ball I've seen Hassan Ali bowl. Just sat up beautifully. Rob Yates wasn't going to miss out on that. Only the one man back on the fence as well, so could pick his spot with relative ease and dispatch it for 4 runs. Moves Yates on to 9. I think they'll stick with pace for now. I think they'll keep Parkinson up their sleeve, don't you? Whilst the ball's still relatively new.
I think so, yeah. That's around the wicket to Yates. Solid front foot defence. Gathered by Villas. Had extra cover, and there's no run. I suspect so. It's always exciting though, isn't it, on the final day when you've got your leg spinner as an option. Gives Lancashire that little bit of X factor, doesn't he? Forward to seeing him at some stage. I'm sure he'll have a little twirl at some point, maybe even this morning. It's Hassan Ali. Final ball of this over. Punched again by Yates. One bounce straight to Dane Villas at short extra cover. And there is no run. End of the over. 23 for 1. And Warwickshire still 23 runs behind.
Does he have a favoured end here, Matt Parkinson?
That's a very good question. I think, yeah, he's bowled quite a lot from the Anderson end. Some of his kind of quite vivid deliveries. There was a couple last year where he got absolute ripping leg spin. Well, from that Anderson end. It depends on the foot marks and who's on strike, right hand, left hander, as to what he might suit. Who would prefer from the Statham end or from the Jimmy Anderson end?
When you were out there this morning doing your bit on the telly, did you have a look at the pitch?
No, I didn't get across. I was too busy trying to watch out for the football tennis, trying to dodge the balls.
Bailey again, right arm over the wicket, Sibley forward and defence.
Spoke to Dane Villas and he said, look, if you're a batter, you won't have a bat on this pitch. Was the statement he came out with. And I think we've seen that from the game so far. You really have got to bend your back, haven't you? I mean, Lancashire have bowled superbly here in the previous game to bowl Gloucestershire out twice. It takes some doing to win 4-day matches here at Emirates Old Trafford. These are good pitches.
23 for 1 Warwickshire are, and Sibley works this one into the leg side. They'll get a run. The field will change for the left-handed Yates, who comes on to strike. Yeah, there was that sort of clattering of wickets after tea yesterday, wasn't there, for Warwickshire? So it does seem to be, if you can get a couple early and get the few quivers happening on the balcony after the next batter's in. But also, McAndrew was bowling superbly last night as well, so you have to factor that one in. But this is a good attack that Lancashire have got, and to say it's not their first choice one either. You know, no Mahmood, no Anderson. It's not a bad one at all. Bailey's bowled very well indeed here. 17 runs off his 6 and a bit overs so far, and picked up that wicket of his old pal Alex Davis. He's just making a change in the field here. Dane Villas, I think, is coming out of slip. Yes, so they're going down to 2 slips. Villas was at 3rd slip, and he's coming into a sort of catching mid-wicket, really. Or catching on the offside, I should say, with the fielder going back to extra cover. Round the wicket comes Bailey, and Yates shapes up to play that one. It's a play and a miss by the left-handed batter, and Salt juggles it a couple of times before taking it And I think for half a second, Wells and Jennings stood in the slips next to him, thought that might have been an edge.
Well, he's been... you mentioned Lancashire's bowling options, and no Mahmood and Anderson in this game, but the man there, Bailey, has been front and centre for the last few years for the Red Rose.
He's in again now. This time Yates defends, hands on heads by the slip cord, and Luke Wells there. Full starfish. That game, the Birmingham Bears women in the last final at the community ground, Edgbaston's community ground. Gloucestershire 61 for 9 now, 18.3 overs bowled. Baker amongst the wickets and very economical as well. Give you more on that in a second. Round the wicket again comes Bailey, and this one's left alone by Yates. Baker 2.3 overs, no wickets, 3 ones, so an economy rate of 1.5 and over. The winner of that match will play the winner of the second semi-final today, which is Somerset against Cricket Wales. And the 2 semi-finalists will meet at the community ground at 4:30 this afternoon to see who will be crowned T20 champion. Bailey in again, full delivery, worked into the leg side by Yates. Should be 1, might be 2, depending on how quick. Yep, Yates wants to come back for a second. Good work in the deep, that by Wood. Throws the ball in left-handed to Salt to ensure there was no third run. So that ends the over. 26 for 1 the score. They're behind on first innings at the second by 20. Yates on 11, Sibley alongside him on 3.
I think we might be seeing a bit of Parkinson. We are. Time for a bit of leg spin from Matt Parkinson. Maybe because the ball is still quite new and hard. Little extra bounce. It might not just be whatever potential spin he can get. The bounce as well could be a factor in this decision. A harder ball given to Parkinson. Let's see. Well, I was reading an article in the Times from Lizzie Hammond the other day about what the view is on this year's batch of balls, and the sheet her report was saying that the seam is less pronounced and they get a little softer earlier, which might attribute to the runs that we've seen scored in the first round of fixtures. It's Parkinson's in and bowling, and Sibley off the back foot playing towards point for a single. He moves to 4, 28 for 1. And I know, speaking to Matt after the game in Canterbury, in Kent, first match of the season, he was saying that the ball got really soft there, and he didn't really give him much assistance at all. But his captain's given him a new ball here, effectively only 13 overs old. Forward goes Yates. He defends away into the onside. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. It's a short fine leg and a deep square leg. I like this. Parkinson into the attack early on. In and balls. Yates looks to force the ball away. Doesn't time it. Just squirts away to Bohannon, who was at mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a statement of intent, isn't it, from Lancashire? Could have kept him up his sleeve a bit, Dane Villas, but no, he's chucked the ball to his leg spinner.
Over the wicket, in. Turned out into the onside by Yates. Bohannon picks up the ball, throws into the gloves of Salt, and Rob Yates has to duck underneath it. And Josh Bohannon says, sorry, mate. Parkinson off half a dozen steps or more. In and bowling to Yates, who's right forward. The ball deflects back along the ground. Parkinson fields, hands it to Bohannon. Croft is there at forward short leg under the helmet. Luke Wells is at slip. Last ball of Parkinson's first over of the day. And Yates hopping back and playing it out towards Dane Villas at short extra cover. That is the end of the over. Yates on 11, Sibley on 4, 27 for 1. And Warwickshire 19 runs behind. And it's going to be a double bowling change, actually. You can see Luke Wood coming into the attack from the Jimmy Anderson ends. That opening spell of Bailey and Hassan. And it's Wood and Parkinson in combination.
It was a good first over that from Parkinson. Didn't give much away. Just having a bit of a look, I think, wasn't he? Was the leggy. Feel like that ball comes off his fingers. Tom Sibley just checking his guard. He's going to be on strike. So a bit of left arm over from the Anderson end. Not seen Wood before. What's he like? Is he pacey? Is he a swing bowler?
Yeah, he'll try and he's got the ability to bowl a little bit like McAndrew as well yesterday. That kind of short pitch stuff. He'll be the man that would go to that type of option.
So he's in now, and Sibley works him first ball into the leg side for at least one, probably two. Yes, they're going to come back for a second run. Sat up nicely there for the right-handed Sibley, who just knocked it into the leg side and then got his skates on to complete the two.
Gives Lancashire that option of the left arm seam option, which I think adds to the variation, doesn't it, rather than just all right arm bowlers. Having that left arm seam option, I think, just helps to vary the attack a little bit. Good combination this with Parkinson's leg spin from this end, the left arm of Luke Wood from the far end.
Wood bowling again from the Anderson end, and Sibley this time drives into the offside, but the fielding's done down there by Parkinson, so no run. Yep, different angle for Dom Sibley to think about. Obviously creating a different bit of rough as well, which might help Parkinson on this final day. Either side of the stumps does look, from our commentary position, particularly at that Anderson end, a bit darker, a bit more worn than this near side. He's got two slips, Wood, and a gully. Sibley works this one into the leg side. Should just be the single because Hassan Ali's down at fine leg, so the field will change for the the left-handed Yates. Bit of an acrobatic dive there as well from Croft as he takes the ball from the boundary. So 30 for 1, 16 now, the difference between the two.
50 partnership up between George Scott and Miles Hammond in the game between Hampshire and Gloucestershire. So Gloucestershire 130 for 2. Good start to this final morning for the Gloucester boys. They need 238 more runs to win.
The left-handed Yates on strike this time. Wood stays left arm over the wicket though to the left-handed batter, who's back and defends, so the score stays on 30 for 1. Bit of polishing being done in the field by Jos Bohannon for throwing the ball back to Wood. He's got two slips and a sort of wideish gully. Wells and Jennings in the slip, Croft at gully. And this ball is quite full and just knocked into the leg side for no run by Rob Yates. Just steps away for a second. Does the Warwickshire left-hander. Sibley comes down for a bit of a chat about something and does a bit of gardening. Not sure what that was about. There was definitely some sort of message being sent from the non-striker's end. Yates retakes his guard. That's the last ball of this first over by Wood. And he comes. And forward goes Yates to defend. 3 runs from that over. Moves the scoreboard on to 30 for 1. 15 overs bowled. Yates on 11, Sibley on 7. And they're 16 behind now, Warwickshire. Elsewhere, 60 all out. Gloucestershire women were in the last ball of their 20th over as well. They're playing the Birmingham Bears women in the first semi-final at the Edgbaston Community Ground in the Blast final. So they'll need 69, will the Bears, to book their place in the final a bit later today. The second semi-final is between Somerset and Cricket Wales. That's at 1:30. And the final is at 4:30.
There's Parkinson, second over for him. And Sibley just pushes that one away through the offside for a single. Just playing with the turn there, Sibley, easing the ball along, then just rehearses that. Sibley moves on to 8, 31 for 1. Parkinson to Yates. Swept up towards deep backwards, square leg. Balderson comes round to complete the fielding. Yates comes back for a second. And moves on to 13, 33 for 1. Been for a lengthy spell today, Parkinson. In again. Forward goes Yates and defends. Wells sprints up from slip. Hands the ball to his captain.
Yeah, you'd think that Villas in an ideal world will plug Matt Parkinson in at this Statham end, won't he, and just try and rotate from the other end, perhaps.
Driven again by Yates. Hassan Ali's at mid-off. And there is no run.
Is he a man that likes his long spells, Parkinson?
Oh, he's not shy, yeah. He's already bowled quite a lengthy spell this season in the game at Canterbury. This is a fuller ball from Parkinson. Chipped away into the onside for no run. A long spell on the final day against Gloucestershire. Bowled more than anybody else, 38 overs. There's a match last year at Kent where he bowled about 55 overs on the spin. Nudged away by Yates to mid-wicket. There's no run, 33 for 1 at the end of the over. He bowled through 2 sessions. Just kept going. So yeah, quite enjoys it, doesn't he? Keeps him in the game.
Well, it's not beyond the realms of possibilities. He could do that today. Plenty of time left in this one. Where are we? 8 minutes to 12. He's already in to the attack, bowled 2 overs, so just the 53 to go. If he wants to break that record, he's already set himself.
So wicket at Chelmsford, Yorkshire 7 down, 4 for 8 for 7. Harry Duke, the man out. Simon Harmer with a wicket for Essex, caught by Sir Alistair Cook.
So it's going to be Wood to continue from the Anderson end. It's Sibley on strike. Left arm over the wicket is the action. And Sibley's forward and defends. So a dot to start the over. 33 for 1 the score. Good bowler, Simon Harmer, isn't he?
He's been great for them, hasn't he?
Gone back to international cricket as well. Played a couple of tests for South Africa against Bangladesh in the early part of the year.
He's probably been the 2 titles that they won. I think he's perhaps been the difference for them.
I think you can certainly argue that. Wood in once more. Sibley just moving around his crease ever so slightly before knocking it into the leg side. Hannes doing the fielding at mid-on. No run.
Critchley assigning for them as well. Leg spinner, a good batter. Essex look a strong team. They're here next, actually. Lancashire's next home game is against Essex.
Yeah, that will be before the test match, so Lawrence, you would think, would probably be playing. He looked good the other week, even with an injury against Warwickshire. Once more, Wood comes in, and once more, Sibley defends. Got a bit like a circus at time with the runner and who was running. The umpire got confused at one point. It's never straightforward, is it, when a runner comes out, whatever standard of cricket you play. There was one time I played in a match where the runner and the guy who were batting, so I managed to collide. I still can't quite remember how that happened, but it was very funny. Wood once more. In again, slightly fuller ball, worked into the leg side. They'll steal a single. Might even be a second for overthrows here. Yes, there will be. Josh Bohannon's got that one slightly wrong. Phil Salt missed it completely as it came in, so what would have been a tight one turned into actually quite an easy two in the end. 34 for 1. Croft just taking a second here at Gully just to collect his thoughts. Phil Salt getting back into position now behind the stumps. He's got the 2 slips still alongside him and a fairly wide-ish gully in Croft. 35 for 1 Warwickshire are as Wood comes in and Sibley's forward and defends up to Bohannon. So it's Yorkshire away, then Essex at home, the next 2 then for Lancashire.
It is, yeah, before the T20 starts.
On Warwickshire, it's Northants at home. That one starts at Edgbaston on Thursday, and then they're away at Yorkshire. So before the break for the white ball stuff, there's going to be some great cricket played in the red ball. Wood in, full delivery. Sibley defends out to the offside. That's the end of the over. They still trail by 11 to Warwickshire on first innings. They're on 35 for 1. Dom Sibley there on 10. Alongside him is Rob Yates on 13.
Let's take a little roundup, shall we? Of before we go on, Adam's been updating how the Warwickshire women are progressing. Let's take a look at Lancashire, because they're in action as well today, taking on Nottinghamshire. Notts are 55 for 2. Alex Hartley, Phoebe Graham with a wicket so far. Forward goes Yates, and he defends for no run. So 10 overs gone, Notts 55 for 2. A wicket for Alex Hartley and 1 for Phoebe Graham. That county T20 semi-final. Sweep here from Yates, a ball that's met on the full from Parkinson. Balderson comes up from a deep backward square leg to complete the fielding. Sibley's on strike, so he's taking his guard. He's got a forward short leg and a slip around him, plus the keeper. There's a deep backward square leg and a deep point. Reaching forward for it, Sibley. Tall man, and he gets his bat in front of his pad. He's dropped back down the pitch. Parkinson gives the ball a bit of a polish, loops it from one hand to the other. Comes bouncing back in. And Sibley pushing defensively away into the offside. And there is no run. Ten from 43 for Dom Sibley. Tricky spell last night to get through. The ball's pushed wider from Parkinson. Sibley content that's turning away, and it's left and through to the keeper. There's a terrific display of patient, careful batting in the first innings. He's in and bowling. Half an appeal as he tries to work the ball away into the onside. May well have pitched outside leg stump that from Parkinson. It's the end of the over. Got a nice smile on his face. He'll be enjoying today. Keep him out of trouble. Keep bowling for his captain. It's the end of the over. We've had 18 of that Warwickshire first innings. 36 for 1. Trail by 10. figure to look out for, isn't it, really? Overs remaining, and eventually what that will turn to a lead for Warwickshire. One wicket to fall in this first hour of play. Now Luke Wood standing right at the top of his mark, the pavilion behind him, and 2 slips and a gully. He's got Yates on 14. Here's Wood, left arm over, bowling to Rob Yates, who's up onto his toes and dropping the ball away into the offside for no run. The offside field is a point, extra cover and mid-off. There's a mid-on. Dave Velas is currently chatting to the square leg umpire. And a long leg. Little thump of the bat from Yates. Stands tall in the crease, and Wood's back in. Playing forward once more. Securely just easing the ball away into the offside. Bailey comes up from extra cover to field. And again, there's no run. Quite a still day again today. The breeze is gentle. Cloud cover above us. Forecast is dry, and the BBC Weather Centre this morning suggesting it get nice and sunny later on. Yates defends to mid-wicket. Velas comes up to complete the fielding, and there's no run. Overcast this morning, and then sunny this afternoon was the suggestion, which could be pretty pleasant. Tight period in the game, this. Good start from Wood. The Wood-Parkinson combination. Replacing Bailey and Hassan, who barely put a ball in the wrong place. And of course the wicket of Davis was from the bowling of Bailey. It was a beauty. Played away into the offside. George Balderson at point fields, and there's no run. Lancashire will be pretty content with this. They'll feel as though at the minute Warwickshire are not progressing too quickly and still behind in the game. They'll feel as though one wicket could perhaps bring another one quickly, and pressure starts to reverberate in the away dressing room. But this is really good, tight, intense cricket, this. That's a nice shot from Yates. It's just to the right of mid-off. It's a single for that. Takes him on to 15. 37 for 1. Sibley's going to face Wood here. I can't call too many deliveries that Wood sent down to Sibley. He's having to just change his line with the right-hander on strike. Still got 2 slips and the gully. Point. Extra cover's open, but of course Sibley's so strong through mid-wicket. 3 on that leg side. Left arm around the wicket to Sibley. And that's defended to mid-on. And there is no run. It's the end of the over. Just a single off it. 37 for 1. Yates on 15, Sibley on 10. If you just joined our coverage live from Emirates Old Trafford on this Sunday afternoon, where the Bears are batting, they're 37 for 1, they're 9 behind. Wicket to have fallen this morning, Alex Davis. He got a beauty from Tom Bailey. Flew off the edge of the bat. Keaton Jennings took the catch. Second time in the match that Bailey's got Davis. Out for 10. Sibley and Yates now batting. We've got Parkinson starting his 4th over. That's hit back towards him by Yates. Parkinson down to his right-hand side to stop the ball off his own bowling. No run. Slip in the short leg. That was short mid-wicket. Mid-on. Extra cover. It's pushed out wide by Parkinson. There's a few footmarks there for him to try and work the ball into, and it will spin back in towards the left-hander. He's across and playing the ball away through the offside. Parkinson will come back in again over the wicket. Yates goes back, works the ball into the leg side. They want one, but there isn't a single there because Bohannon has just been pushed into that short mid-wicket position. Quickly across the ground to deny the run for Yates. Change of line for Parkinson. Having gone over the wicket, it's now going to bowl around the wicket. Swept nicely for a single. Yates moves on to 16. The score moves on to 38 for 1. Deficit of 8 brings Sibley back on strike. Sees Stephen Croft just make his way around behind the keeper to forward short leg position again. This time for the right-hander. There's Parkinson in and bowling. Sibley going back and defending carefully. Bounces 4 or 5 yards away into the offside. Both the keeper and the slip go after it. Parkinson gets it back again. Final ball of the over. Creeps his way back in, bowls. And left by Sibley. And that completes the over. Number 20 of the Warwickshire second innings. 38 for 1. With an hour and about 5 minutes gone of this final day. First bowling change has been made by the captain. He's brought in Wood and Parkinson to replace Bailey and Hassan. I dare say there'll be a few changes throughout the course of the day as the Lancashire captain keeps manoeuvring his bowls around and trying different options. And what still looks like a good pitch to bat on, as the captain said this morning to me. If you're a batter, you'd fancy having a go on there today. Wood to continue, and Adams back alongside me.
And here he comes from the Anderson end. It's Yates that's on strike, and it's a dot into the leg side. No run. 38 for 1 the score. I managed to lose my glasses. Between...
Okay.
So take you behind the smoke and mirrors a little bit, people listening to us. Every so often I nip next door to do a report for BBC Radio WM and BBC CWR. They're the BBC local radio stations that cover Birmingham, the Black Country, Coventry and Warwickshire. As Wood's at the top of his mark. Comes in again. Left arm over the wicket. And Yates is forward and tries to get a run, but Bohannon is having none of it and gets the ball back in. So I did my reports into the news at midday, wearing glasses. And somehow, between the room next door to here, which is maybe 10 metres, I sat down in the seat, put the headphones on and thought, I can't see anything. Where have my glasses gone? So what had happened was, or what must have happened is, if I took my headphones off next door, I knocked my glasses off with me, but because I was in such a rush to get back in here, I hadn't noticed until I sat down and thought, doesn't look particularly in focus out there, Old Trafford at the moment. But I found them and I can see. Once more, Wood bowls to Yates, who's forward and defends.
I think they say they were perched on top of your head then. And you
no, they're actually... They're not the greatest of glasses for these sorts of scenarios because they haven't got the rubber bits that rest on your nose. So, particularly when my hair gets long, they are known to slip off. Which, when you struggle with distance and you're commentating on the cricket, it's not the most helpful of things.
That's the second incident involving glasses already this season here at Old Trafford.
Well, I'm glad I kept the trend continuing. Wood in once more, and Yates just nudges this into the leg side, so they'll trot through for a single to bring Sibley back on strike. And I had a real moment of, oh, where are they? But also, crikey, what if I sit down and I miss something important in the match because I can't see? You know, it's sort of the monitors in front of me are a blur without my glasses on. But all's well that ends well.
Well, Kevin Howells was here for the Gloucestershire game, and I broke his glasses.
Oh. Not on purpose?
No, it was a pure accident. And then we had the drama of him having to wear his new glasses, which were varifocals or something.
Yes, yeah.
Well, that was a treat, listening to him commentate with with his new glasses on.
Being short-sighted some of the time and long-sighted the other, depending on...
He did very well.
Wood to Sibley, who works into the leg side for no run. 39 for 1, the Warwickshire score. They're 7 behind now.
A couple of wickets elsewhere. George Scott has gone, the Gloucestershire opener. And Liam Dawson with the wicket. So maybe Dawson can have a part to play for Hampshire on the final day, the spinner. So Gloucestershire are 131 for 3. Some need 237 more runs to win. Hampshire now need 7 wickets.
Wood coming in then, round the wicket for the last ball of this over. It strikes Sibley on the pad, and then he's down on his haunches for a second. No run anyway, and the umpire calls over.
Stephen Croft in the background there, chuckling away. Not much sympathy towards Dom Sibley.
I've just realised where he's been hit. In the gentleman area, shall we say.
See Stephen Croft had a little chuckle in the background.
Poor old Dom Sibley. Oh dear.
And Harry Brooks gone for Yorkshire. He's got another century. He's having a stellar start to the season. But he's out. And Yorkshire are 4-5-8 for 8 in reply to that Essex total of 403. How's Dom Sibley doing?
Well, he's up off his knees.
Oh, excellent.
But the physio is on. I think there's going to be a change of box.
Yes.
There definitely is, I think. Being given a thorough inspection at the moment.
Yes, make sure all your protective equipment is in full working order. Oh dear.
A bit of a committee around him as well. He's waving to the dressing room. Yep. He needs a second box. It was quite a tricky angle as well, because he was coming round the wicket.
Yes.
And so, sort of rose off the pitch. And rather like that Joe Root one in the Test match in Adelaide. He's got a committee of Lancashire players around him at the moment, Dom Sibley, who, like two commentators in a certain box at the moment, are trying their hardest not to laugh.
Yorkshire have lost a 9th wicket, meanwhile. Jordan Thompson goes for a 6-ball duck. So Yorkshire 4-5-9 for 9. Leading by about 60 there on first innings as it stands.
And for the Birmingham Bears women, in that T20 Finals Day Blast semi-final at the Edgbaston Community Ground, they need 69 to beat Gloucestershire. They've not made the best of starts. They're 17 for 2 off 3 overs. There's a right old committee meeting going on out there now.
Well, they're having a little natter, aren't they? Past the time of day. Have a bit of an energy bar, a bit of a drink. Discuss a few tactics, a few suggestions.
Meanwhile, poor old Dom Sibley stood next to him.
Checking that everything's still there.
Must be difficult for Rob Yates in this scenario. What do you do as the teammate of a batter who needs a new box? I think he's just sort of trying to play it cool, Rob Yates. Where are we in the match? They're 39 for 1, Warwickshire. 21 overs bowled. They're 7 behind the Lancashire first innings at the moment. 5 bonus points so far for the Bears, 7 for the Red Rose. And we're, what, 45 minutes or so away from lunch. The physio's back out again with a new box. Dom Sibley just making sure it's all present and correct. The umpire's trying his hardest not to catch Dom Sibley's eye at the moment.
Have a breather.
Well, I think the physio's work here is done. He's collecting his bag. Just having a chat to Dom Sibley, check he's okay. Oh, he's having a drink now. Is the Warwickshire opener.
He came out with a magic spray before, didn't he? Well, that's the cold spray or the warm spray.
Well, there's a mental image as you prepare the sprouts for Sunday lunch, listening to us at home. Sibley's all right. That's the most important thing. He's putting his gloves back on now.
And he's at the non-strikers end, so that gives him a few extra deliveries.
Yeah, I think if Rob Yates knocks this one into extra cover for a single, I don't think his teammate's going to be best pleased. He certainly still needs a second or two, does Sibley, just to collect his thoughts at the non-striker's end.
Here's Parkinson to Yates. That's off the front foot and play back down the pitch. And there is no run. So there's a slip and there's a forward short leg still. Croft under the helmet and Luke Wells a slip fielder. Bohannon patrolling that short mid-wicket region. There's a backward square leg, a deep backward square leg, deep point. Parkinson to Yates. Dabbed away into the onside and there is no run.
Should we play a game?
Okay.
Guess who I had breakfast with this morning in the hotel?
Oh, right. And I'm not actually how your curry went as well last night. I was under a little bit of pressure to recommend somewhere. Parkinson in, forward again goes Yates into the onside, no run. Now you're staying over by Media City, so it could be some kind of celebrity type thing. Because there's often a celebrity guest at Media City.
Well, it wasn't Madonna. I'll give you that.
Ruling that one out, okay. She wasn't high on the list of suggestions. Here's Parkinson to Yates, who's going back and defends. Turns that into the onside, and there is no run.
I mean, I haven't really given you much to go on so far. No. It was in Salford, and it wasn't Madonna.
Right, yes.
So, it was a man. Go on, I'll be kind and say it was a man.
Here's Parkinson again. 2 balls left of the over. Nice looking shot by Yates. Punch to mid-off. George Lavelle is on as 12th man for Lancashire. And there's no run.
And he's in our sort of line of work. There you go.
Go on then. Who was the celebrity guest at breakfast?
I'll tell you at the end of the over.
Parkinson's in. And Yates will push the ball away through the offside for a single. And ticks his total along to 18. And the score moves on to 40 for 1. And the deficit now down to 6.
I shared a sausage with John Murray this morning, the BBC
right, okay.
football commentator. He's here in Manchester to do the game at the Etihad later between City and Newcastle. I was a bit starstruck as I walked out the lift. Thought, oh, you're John Murray, aren't you? He said, I won't do the accent. He said, yes, I am. Oh, lovely to meet you. I'm a big fan. I'm Adam. I'm from BBC Radio West Midlands. I'm here covering the cricket. So he was very nice, very pleasant, very warm, exactly how I was hoping he would be, as he was tucking into a full English. Here's Wood, starting a new over from the Anderson end, and it's Rob Yates on strike, who's back and defends into the leg side. So a dot to start this 23rd over. No, not much on before, but I was very glad I did, and he was a lovely bloke and was just going through his notes and stuff ahead of the big match on the other side of Manchester later. Can you say City in and around here?
You can, absolutely, yeah. I don't know if there are any City fans in the Lancashire team, mind you. It used to be. Stephen Parry was a City fan.
Wood in once more, and Yates again defends for no run.
This is good stuff, this, isn't it? Wood and Parkinson, I think, have been terrific since they've come together, replacing Bailey and Hassan Ali.
Well, the fact that we're, 40 minutes from lunch and Warwickshire is still 6 behind shows you just how good they've been. Well, Lancashire all morning, all 4 bowlers used, but particularly these 2. Here's Wood, and that's left alone by Yates. Very confident leave, I must say, giving by the roar that was conducted from the slips, the wicket-keeper, and the gully. That one was not far away from the off-stump, you'd suggest.
Looking at when the last time a boundary was scored. Just scroll back quite a decent way on the list.
There was the Rob Yates one to Hassan Ali. That was over an hour ago now. 40 for 1, the Bears. 6 behind. Here comes Wood. Once more, Yates defends on the front foot. No run.
Well, at the end of the 15th over, Warwickshire were 30 for 1. We're coming up to the conclusion of the 23rd over. 40 for 1. This is really intense cricket. This is really good stuff from Parkinson and from Wood. It was started by Bailey and by Hassan this morning. Lancashire doing all they can here to try and crank up the pressure on Warwickshire. Good challenge and good response so far by Yates and Sibley.
Once more, Yates defends. To the bowling of Wood. 0 for 7 so far. Wood, how many has he bowled? This will be the end of his 5th over. The cloud just persisting above us. I don't think there's any chance of rain.
No, I think it's dry. In fact, I was just saying before when you were next door, I think the suggestion is it might get a bit brighter later on. Might see a bit of sunshine.
Excellent.
Anthony, who was here listening to us in the ground yesterday, did send me a tweet. He got sunburn yesterday.
Really?
Yes.
Last ball of this Wood over is defended by Rob Yates. So he stays on 18. Sibley remains on 10, meaning the Bears are still 40 for 1.
Sunburnt head, Anthony, watching the live stream and enjoying the commentary with a coffee at home. Take a look at Lancashire women's T20 semi-final. And Nottinghamshire finish on 115 for 4, and Phoebe Graham, who was with us on Thursday for commentary, finishing with figures of 3 for 21. So nicely bowled, Phoebe. There's Parkinson from the Brian Statham end. That's whipped away through the onside to just the only fielder actually positioned out in the deep, which is Luke Wood at deep backward square leg. Simply moves on to 11. 41 for 1.
And the Bears women in their women's last semi-final, moving on to 29 for 2. They've just completed the 6th over there, chasing 69 to beat Gloucestershire and book a place in the final a little bit later. The women's one works exactly like the men's. There's the 3 matches all on the day.
Yates getting forward to Parkinson's next delivery, smothering it back down the pitch.
The 2 semi-finals before the final at about 4:30. No singing of Sweet Caroline, though, I wouldn't think it. At the women's one, I could be wrong.
It'll soon be that time again. Parkinson to Yates, forcing it back towards the bowler. Stops it low down to his right, Parkinson. And there's no run.
Yeah, he just floated that one up, didn't he, Parkinson? Invited the drive, which Yates took, but it fell safe.
And again, fuller ball. It's driven up to Jennings at mid-on. And again, there's no run.
The old double bluff there from Parkinson. Tossed it up full again. Once more, Yates drove it down, but could only find Jennings. What will he do this time, Parkinson?
2 balls left for him in this over. Yates forward. And defends, just turns the ball out into the onside. Runs his bat across that front pad, pushes it safely into the grass. Picked up by Bohannon. Hands it back to Parkinson. Final ball of his 6th over. He goes back. Ball steered away down towards wide 3rd man, where Wood comes round to complete the fielding. And Yates moves on to 20. And Warwickshire 43 for 1. So just the 3 runs behind. Sibley 11 from 51 balls faced. Yates 20 from 72 deliveries. Reflection on how difficult it is. These two determined to give nothing away, but they've had nothing to work with. Been high quality cricket in this hour and a half so far. Both sides doing all they can for their respective causes here. Not too sure Lancashire could have done much more in this first hour and a half, and they've been thwarted by some resilient batting from these two.
And it's Wood to continue. Sibley on strike. Wood coming left arm round the wicket, and Sibley drives to extra cover, where Bailey does the fielding for no run. From the James Anderson end is Wood. Bailey just having an inspection of the ball before tossing it back to his bowler. He's got 2 slips and a wideish gully. They've been hosted into those positions since the start of play. Wells at first, Jennings at second, and then Croft at a fairly sort of squarish gully. As he comes in again, and there's a thick outside edge, this time off the bowling of Wood to Sibley, but it falls safe. Villas at extra cover can't cut it off, and it flies away to the fence for a 4 to Sibley.
Yeah, first boundary for some time. Lovely looking shot. And I've enjoyed that, Sibley. I think that's what Bumble was saying on Thursday about how he's changed his technique a little bit, bringing into his game that type of shot. I know his strength through the leg side. Lancashire are going to put a man in on that offside now, the extra cover, shortish extra cover for that type of shot that might just be mistimed.
Here comes Wood staying round the wicket, and this time Sibley defends, and it is Jennings that does the fielding. Yeah, he seems to be standing a bit more upright this season, does Dom Sibley, getting forward to the ball, sort of like Graham Gooch used to do. Got away with one on the previous ball, but they've took Jennings out of the slips, so they've just got the 1 slip in now in Wales, and Jennings on that offside at extra cover. And Croft has just moved around a little bit as well. So a fairly wide gully. But still a pretty attacking field. They've got catches in either side of the wicket, mid on, mid off, and a square leg. This one's left alone by Sibley off the bowling of Wood. So a dot goes into the book. 47 for 1, and that 4 took Warwickshire into the lead. So they're now 1 ahead, effectively 1 for 1. 47 for 1 in this second innings. With Sibley on 15 and Yates on 20. 2 balls to go in the 25th over. Being bowled from the Anderson end by Wood. Sibley just crouches down a little bit before taking guard and leaves this delivery from Wood alone, and it goes through to Salt, the wicketkeeper. He just takes a second actually before throwing the ball to Luke Wells at first slip, and the ball moves round the field. Final delivery then for Wood in this over. Just over half an hour to go until the lunch break. The overs that we've lost on the first 2 days, or second and third day of this match, have now been lost. They can't be made up. We only can have the 96 today. Last ball of this over is squirted through the offside by Sibley. Wood Just invited the drive, a bit of a checked drive really, that went out through backward point all the way to the fence for 4. Lovely shot. So two boundaries in that over for Sibley. Moves the score on to 51 for 1. Seeing a replay now of it, was well worked that by the Warwickshire opener. Sibley on 19, Rob Yates also there on 20. And it's going to be Parkinson to continue from the Statham end. He's deep in conversation with Jos Bohannon and Keaton Jennings whilst shining the ball. Jennings steps away now, moving to mid-on. The left-handed Yates on strike. He's got a catcher in close on the leg side and a slip as well, has Parkinson. Here he comes. And Yates sweeps. Should be at least 1 here. They're going to come back for 2. It might even just get to the fence ahead of the fielder. Yes, it does. Look at the umpire's signal. I think it was glove, and it is. Just the 4 signaled by the umpire. No buys or leg buys mentioned. Played incredibly finely past the wicket-keeper, and Tom Bailey doing the chase along with Luke Wells, but couldn't get there. A nice little work round, nice and fine, that by Yates. Parkinson ready again. Through his action and bowls, and it's slightly fuller, this one, which is defended on the front foot by Rob Yates. Bit of protection on both sides now for Parkinson. He's got a sweeper on both the leg and the offside. Mid-on and mid-off, an extra cover. Still got the slip in. Still a guy under the helmet at silly point. Jos Bohannon in at mid-wicket. As Parkinson now switches to round the wicket. And this one's dug out by Yates, and there'll be probably just the 1. Because scampering round is Wood to do the fielding on the boundary. So moves the score on to 56 for 1. Takes Yates on to 25 and puts Sibley, who's on 19, onto strike. So the field will change a little for the right-handed batter. He's just checking his guard. And Parkinson goes to over the wicket to the right-handed Dominic Sibley. This is smack down the ground and does the fielding off his own bowling, does Matt Parkinson. I think it was played into the ground, so no chance of a catch, but no run. Hit it very hard though, did Sibley. Parkinson back to his mark already. Here he comes. And this one left alone by Sibley goes through to Phil Salt, the wicket-keeper, behind the stumps. One just drifted a little bit as it pitched. Last ball of the 26th over then. Parkinson getting through his overs quickly. 5 runs from it so far. And this one is defended by Sibley. So a dot to complete the 26th over. They're in front by 10 now, Warwickshire. 26 overs been completed in this second innings. Yates there on 25, Sibley on 19. 56 for 1, the Bears.
Elsewhere, there's been a declaration in Hove, but there's been a news actually from this game. Sussex against Middlesex. Sussex have declared 3-3-5 for 4. But there's been quite a nasty injury to Middlesex Robbie White. He's dislocated his shoulder while fielding. So they're down to just the 10 batters there as they try and bat through the day and secure a draw. Sussex lead by 369 runs in that fixture, but wish Robbie White all the best in his recovery from a dislocated shoulder. And Yorkshire have been bowled out for 465 in their game at Essex. So that's a lead of, I think it's 62 over Essex on first innings. Luke Wood's spells come to an end. And it's a return for Hassan Ali from the Jimmy Anderson end. Yates on strike. And forward defence again from Yates, which has been immaculate so far. Picking out Tom Bailey, had extra cover, and there is no run. That's the latest from the games elsewhere. Gloucestershire have lost just that 1 wicket so far today. They're 148 for 3. They need 220 more runs to win. Hampshire still looking for 7 wickets now for a victory at the Ageas Ball. Essex have just started their reply actually to Yorkshire, the 2 without loss. Trail by 60. A few problems with Hassan's footmarks, a bit of sawdust required. Worcestershire made a good start. They're 150 for 2 and taking on Durham. They need a further 292 runs to win. Durham looking for 8 wickets for a victory at New Road. Leicestershire are still batting in their second innings. Here's Hassan into Yates. That's flicked down towards fine leg. There's the 2 slip fielders there, Keaton Jennings and Luke Wells, with their hands on their head, suggesting that Yates just got a little thin inside edge perhaps and just kept the ball out. It would have been an almighty appeal for LBW had he not flicked that down towards the boundary rope for a single. 57 for 1. Yeah, Leicestershire 245 for 7. And they lead Glamorgan by 128 now, still with 3 wickets remaining, so they're looking to try and just push the game away from Glamorgan, and will still fancy themselves for securing a win in Cardiff. Hassan bowls to Sibley, that's left. Taken by Phil Salt. 2 slips in place, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings is a deepish point actually, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and a long leg for this latest spell from Hassan Ali. 6 overs prior to this, I think all 6 were sent down from the Statham ends. Was having a little go from the Jimmy Anderson end. Comes back into Sibley. It's a ball that's wide of off stump, and it's left by Dom Sibley into the gloves of Phil Salt.
The latest for the Birmingham Bears women in their semi-final in the Vitality Blast semi-final at the Edgbaston Community Sport Ground is their 53 for 3 off 10 overs, chasing 69 to beat Gloucestershire. They need 16 more to book their place in the final a bit later today.
Sibley defends his next delivery, which is a little bit fuller and just tighter to the off stump, and he just leans into it, plays it out towards Croft at extra cover, and there's no run.
So the winner of that will play the winner of the second semi-final, Somerset against Cricket Wales. That one gets underway at 1:30 and the final starts at about 4:30. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
Yep, likewise Lancashire women, who need 116 for a place in the Women's County T20 final. Georgie Boyce and Emma Lamb about to open up the batting, 116 to win. Sibley defends for the final time of this over. Croft for Lancashire is buzzing around at short extra cover, and that completes the over. So just the 1 run of it, that little clip down to fine leg for Hassan's first over back into the attack. 57 for 1, 11 in front the Bears, with Yates on 26 and Sibley on 19. With just a little over 20 minutes remaining of this morning session. It's in the wicket of Alex Davis so far, out for 10 of a good ball from Tom Bailey, caught by Keaton Jennings.
And Matt Parkinson then to start a new one. He's round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and it's a bit of a full toss, and he gives Rob Yates just outside his off stump, which is beautifully dispatched by Warwickshire's number 3 for 4. So nice start to the over for Yates. Very inviting position. He sort of put that one on a plate a bit, really, did Parkinson. It was whipped away through the leg side to move the score on to 61 for 1. They're 15 ahead. Parkinson just twizzles the ball in his fingers before starting his action, and this time it's a bit straighter in line from the leg spinner, and it's defended by Yates for no run. So he stays on 30. Once more, Parkinson's in. Oh, and he had to be digged out, that one, by Yates. One that kept very low from Parkinson. Skidded a bit off the pitch. Well defended in the end by the left-handed Yates. And the score stays 61-1. Parkinson continuing with this line round the wicket, and this time it's knocked into the leg side for no run. So just that boundary off the first ball of the Parkinson over, the only scoring shot so far. 2 balls to go in this over. We're just over 20 minutes away from tea. Here comes Parkinson once more. Full of ball, this one, defended by Yates for no run. Just pauses for a second as Parkinson before coming in again to complete this over. Oh, and it's worked just round past the wicketkeeper by Yates. He might get 4 for this as well. Bailey in hot pursuit. Will he cut it off just in front of the rope? Yes, he will. So they're going to come back for a third. He saved a run there, has Bailey. So 3 runs to end that over. Takes the score on to 64-1. They lead by 18, do Warwickshire, and that's the 50 partnership between these two off 129 balls. So slow going for Warwickshire's batters. 20 minutes away from tea. The 50 partnership comes up between these two.
Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it, from Yates and from Sibley. This is exactly the response that Warwickshire would have wanted. That early wicket of Davis. Lancashire were feeling pretty buoyant about things. Seems to have been excellent so far. Lancashire stuck at it. I'm not so sure there's much more that they could have done in this morning session for wickets. The pressure's been pretty intense. There's been so few scoring options. I mean, they've bowled really well, and they've come up against a very good response from the 2 batters. It's Hassan this time bowls round the wicket to Yates, it's left, and through to Phil Salt. Yates 33 from 84. Sibley 19 from 64. He's the man, Hassan Ali, that the captain's turned to so far this season in the games to try and unlock a partnership. A little bit of magic required, that extra bit of pace as well. Forward goes Yates. And it bounces pretty quickly up to Bohannon at mid-off. And there is no run. Plenty of encouragement for the Pakistan international from his teammates. He says he's enjoyed bowling here at Emirates Old Trafford. He's enjoyed actually the challenge of the pitches and the pace of the pitches. Flicked away nicely through the onside by Yates. A tumbling stop from Luke Wood. Yates gets a single. He's on to 34 now. 65-1. Very different, obviously, to what he's used to back home in Pakistan. The prospect of bowling on these surfaces here in Manchester, being part of the county championship, being part of a team with Jimmy Anderson as well. Something which he has said already how much he's enjoyed and taken from. He comes steaming back in again, looking for another wicket for him this season. Sibley gets forward and just cushions the ball safely back to him. Yeah, and there's no run.
You can't get much different in conditions, really, can you? Manchester in May to Karachi or Lahore. But he's bowled very well. Has the right armour. Has looked international standard at times, hasn't he, as we've seen him, particularly that session this morning. And that little bit last night as well.
Into Sibley. Just clipped away off the pads. Cries of catch. It may have been played a little uppishly. Bounced comfortably in front of George Balderson at square leg. Lancashire have got a man close in on the leg side, such as the strength that Sibley has to work the ball through mid-wicket. There's a short mid-wicket, mid-on, square leg. long leg. 2 slips. Woods at point, Crofts at extra cover, captains at mid-off. Final ball of the over. Hassan in bowling to Sibley, that's driven away. And up comes Luke Wood to field at point. End of the over. 65 for 1. Sibley 19 and Yates on 34.
Yeah, quarter of an hour to go before tea, before lunch. Just the 19 ahead, Warwickshire. So you would still say fairly even Stevens, and that it looks like a draw is still going to be the most likely of outcomes here. Certainly hasn't felt this morning like there would be a clattering of wickets and a collapse of any sort, does this? So with a couple of sessions to go and about 15 minutes, the draw certainly seems to be on the cards. It's going to be Parkinson then to continue from the Statham end, bowling right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Rob Yates, who's forward in defence. So a dot to start this 30th over. Jos Bohannon frantically polishing that Duke ball before tossing it back to Parkinson at the end of his mark, who's into his action now past the umpire, and it's a fuller ball that's played straight back to Parkinson by Yates. So 2 dots in a row. He's got a slip and a leg slip at the moment, Parkinson. And here he comes once more, and once again Yates is forward and defends. Mid on and mid off, a mid wicket. A deep backward square. Fairly deep extra cover. Almost patrolling the boundary, actually. And then a couple just on the 45 on both sides as Parkinson, with 3 dots so far in this over, gives one to Yates just outside the offside, and he works it out through that gap, through extra cover for a single to bring Sibley on strike. Moves the score on to 66 for 1. He goes on to 35. Dom Sibley just checking his guard as Parkinson moves to over the wicket to the right-handed batter. Here he comes now, and Sibley's forward and defends. And Croft, who's under the helmet on that leg side, does the fielding and throws the ball back to Parkinson. Here he comes to complete this 30th over. It's left alone by Sibley. Ball that just pitches on off stump and then turns away. So 1 run from that over, scored by Rob Yates to take him on to 35. Dom Sibley, 19 not out. They're 20 ahead of the Bears on 66 for 1.
13 minutes to go before lunch. I just noticed the Middlesex have lost a wicket, so they've got a bit of work to do, Middlesex. They're taking on Sussex. The opener, Mark Stoneman's gone LBW. So 8 for 1. But they've got injuries and they've got problems. They may only have actually 9 batters, because Robbie White, we know, is not going to bat. He's been taken away to hospital for treatment on a dislocated shoulder. But Shaheen Afridi, apparently he's not feeling very well. So Sussex might have a chance of beating Middlesex. Nick Brown and Alistair Cook are batting for Essex. After Yorkshire were bowled out, there's Hassan into Yates. It's defended to mid-off and there's no run. Essex are 7 without loss and trail Yorkshire by 55. And the Gloucester boys are progressing quite nicely. They're 161 for 3. Miles Hammond 44 and Graham Van Buren on 14. They need 207 more runs to win, Gloucestershire. Hampshire needs 7 wickets. That could be a belting finish. Again, Yates playing forward in defence with Hassan bowling around the wicket to him. Picks the ball up and lobs it up to his captain, who'll give it a polish. Yates's forward defence has been immaculate so far. 92 deliveries for his 35. That's the captain thinking as he just flaps his collar up to cover the back of his neck, pondering his options and his choices. Forward goes Yates again. Bounces up towards Bohannon at mid-off. And there is no run. Durham still need 8 wickets at New Road to beat Worcestershire. 159 for 2. Worcestershire trying to bat through the day, save the match in a game, of course, where Ben Stokes made that 161 from 88 deliveries. But Durham's declaration, 2 declarations, came out to bat again, Durham. Hassan to Yates. Defends, it bounces into the ground and loops up just above the right hand of Hassan Halley. And there is no run. And Leicestershire are still frustrating Glamorgan, but they are 9 down. They're 249 for 9. That's a lead of just 132 runs. 66 for 1. And Hassan Halley comes shuffling back in again. Around the wicket, balls. Yates continues to frustrate him as he just leans into it and guides the ball up to Josh Bohannon mid-off, and there's no run. Tom Sibley at the non-striker's end removes his helmet, mops his brow. It's actually quite mild outside. I thought it was a bit chilly first thing. One or two players in short sleeves. Bailey's got his short sleeves on. 2 batters as well. Hassan in, bowling. No ball signalled by the umpire. And Yates plays it away into the onside. Umpire Graham Lloyd signalling no ball. It's a 68 for 1. Lead by 22. And Hassan will have to send this delivery back down again. It'll change the field. He wants Bailey to come a little tighter at extra cover, so he jogs forward maybe 10 or 12 paces. And Hassan bowls and he brings Yates onto the front foot again, and that's blocked into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 68 for 1. A lead of 22.
News from the Edgbaston Community Ground. The Warwickshire women, the Birmingham Bears women, have beaten Gloucestershire by 7 wickets to reach the final of the T20 tournament there. So they will play either Somerset or Cricket Wales. That's the second semi-final that's taking place at that ground before the final at about 4:30 this afternoon. So we shall keep you up to date with what happens there. We're 8 minutes away from lunch on this final day. And it's going to be Parkinson to continue here at Old Trafford. And he tosses one up to Sibley, who smacks it through the offside. He might even get 4 for it. A couple of fielders in chase, including Bailey, who just about manages to pull it in front of the rope, tosses it back. And a bit of relay fielding gets it back. So it cuts them down to just the 3. 71 for 1. Brings Rob Yates on to strike. And the field changes for the left-handed batter. A slip, a leg slip. One catching under the helmet on the leg side. Mid-on, mid-off. An extra cover. And a deep backward square of the fielders. Parkinson just pausing for a second at the top of his mark before he comes in round the wicket to Yates, who drives back down the ground, and Bailey does the fielding for no run. 71 for 1 the score remains. They're ahead by 25, the Bears. Parkinson once more tosses the ball through his fingers before delivering a slightly fuller ball that time to Yates, which was defended off the back foot for no run. So he stays on 35. Bailey just doing a few warm-up exercises at mid-on, so I wonder if he's going to get another bowl before lunch. Here's Parkinson again, and off the back foot this one's played by Yates, and they trot through for a single. .72 for 1 the score moves on to. It's 26 ahead. And it's the right-handed Sibley on strike now, so Parkinson moves to back over the wicket. Here comes the leg spinner now. That's quite a straight one that's defended by Dom Sibley. Applause for that delivery all around by the Lancashire fielders. 2 balls to go in the 32nd over of this second innings, and it's Parkinson staying over the wicket, and this time Dom Sibley rocks back, just works it into the leg side before Young does the fielding at square leg. So a single to finish the over, moves the score on to 73 for 1. Dom Sibley on 23, Rob Yates on 36. They're 27 ahead of Warwickshire, with about 5 minutes to go until lunch. It looks like Hussain Ali is going to bowl one more over.
Yeah, I think Tom Bailey's been teasing us, hasn't he? He thought he was just keeping himself busy because he's twirling his arms around, but yeah, Hassan is removed his jumper and his cap. Might well be the last one before lunch. 12:56. There is Hassan in and bowling, driven nicely away through the offside for 4 runs for Sibley, and he moves to 27. 77 for 1.
Lovely shot that from Sibley. Invited the drive, that by Ali. Sat up nicely for him, and he just rocked forward, put his weight through the ball. It flew away to the fence. So 77 for 1, Warwickshire are. These two have put on over 50 now since losing Alex Davis. And Ali, from the Anderson end, bowling right arm over, comes into Sibley, and it's left alone and goes through to Salt. Still got the 2 slips in. Has Ali. 0 for 15 so far in this innings is his figures. And on the stroke of lunch, you would still have to say it looks like we're going to be heading to a draw here. Mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, square leg. Extra cover and backward point as Ali comes in once more to Sibley, who's forward and defends.
That's been immaculate, hasn't it? I think that the defence from Yates and Sibley, the patience that these two have shown. They've played the ball when they've either had to or wanted to. They've left well. It's been a really impressive display of batting to try and make a game safe, to try and frustrate Lancashire, who I think have put pretty much everything they could here. I think they bowl really well. I mean, Warwickshire not really got away from them. They're still only 30 in front.
Ali in once more, and this time Sibley plays it through that third man region, and he'll probably get 4 for it as well. He will. Just dropped the bat on it at the last second, did Sibley. Guided it between the slips and gully, and it raced away for 4 more to the total. 81 for 1 now, Warwickshire.
It's been barely a bad ball which they've been able to put away, and they have gone an awful long way to helping to try and make this match safe. Could easily have unravelled when you lose the wicket early on. Davis going pretty quickly this morning. These two have been really calm. It's been a terrific partnership.
Ali in once more, and Sibley forward and defends. highly probable that this will be the last over before the lunch break. It's 1:01 now. Josh Bohannon frantically polishing that red ball on his top. 81 for 1, Warwickshire are there. 35 ahead as we approach lunch on this 4th and final day of this county championship match at Emirates Old Trafford between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Warwickshire batting in their second innings, and Ali's in. Full delivery, and I think this is going to be put away for 4. It is. Lovely shot by Sibley. Straight back down the ground. So 3 boundaries off that Ali over. That was a really good shot, straight out the middle of the bat and raced away through the outfield up towards the old pavilion at the Anderson end. And as we go to lunch on this 4th day, 85 for 1 Warwickshire are there, 39 ahead. Yates and Sibley, the 2 not out batsmen. Sibley on 35. Yates is also alongside him, looked very good, very solid on 36. But you have to give it to Lancashire as well. They've been very good in the field. They really have plugged away well. All the bowlers that have been used have looked pretty good, pretty solid. Parkinson has bowled the 10 overs at under 3, 2.8 for his 28 overs. Luke Wood bowled 6 overs, 15 runs conceded at 2.5 an over. Bailey, who opened up with Hassan this morning, the 1 wicket to take was gone by him. He got Alex Davis in the first over of the day. Good catch at first slip by Jennings. But fairly even Stevens still here at Old Trafford. With Warwickshire in front, 39 they lead by, and go to lunch at 85 for 1.
Life is what you make it, so make it count.
Make it better, make it greater.
Make it have a purpose.
Make it worthwhile, make it faster.
Make it work for you.
Make it loving what you do.
Make it your passion.
Make it happen.
Make it in media, make it in sport, make it in business, make it in digital.
Make it possible.
Make it easy.
Make it your way.
Don't just make it through each day.
Make it pay.
Make it for real at UA92.
We are driven.
We are passion.
We are the fans.
We are the future.
We are equal.
We are Manchester.
We are a community.
We are here to win.
We are exceptional.
We are spirited.
We are powerful.
We are the Manchester Indians Cricket Club.
The Ashton Tigers Cricket Club. The Lancashire Disability Squad.
Gladwick Cricket Club.
Didsbury Cricket Club.
Greenmount Cricket Club.
Haydock Cricket Club.
We are Thunder.
We are Lancashire Lightning.
We are unified.
Well, the umpires are keen. They've been out there for a minute or so. Eventually, Lancashire's players edging their way out to the middle. A few stretches for Matt Parkinson, the two not-out batters. Yates and Sibley. Don Sibley on the right and Rob Yates on the left. Both have been terrific. 36 and 35 to those two. Yates facing 100 deliveries. Sibley facing 78. Taking up the thick end of 27 overs, actually, as well, since Warwickshire lost the wicket of Alex Davis. Not just the partnership, which is worth 70, but the time as well, and the amount of overs they've absorbed from the game and from the day's play. Edging Warwickshire into a lead, reducing the overs left in the day, increasing the possibility that the game will edge towards a draw. We're into the penultimate session of the match. 85 for 1 Warwickshire in their second innings. It's a lead of 39 runs. The Lancashire captain there could not really have asked much more from his bowlers. All of them, I think, pretty much absolutely on the money, asking questions. But they've come up against a very good partnership in Yates and Sibley. We'll see what the next couple of hours has to offer. Warwickshire will have to start again, of course. We've had our lunch break, and these two want to reset and see if they continue what has been so far an exemplary display of batting. We're going to see Parkinson to open up the bowling for Lancashire after lunch from the Brian Statham end, and it looks a little brighter as well. I mean, it's still got quite a bit of cloud cover, but somewhere the sun is trying to burst through. Got a bit of sunshine on the outfield for the first time this morning. So here we go then for the penultimate session of the day. Parkinson about to start over number 11 for him. 85 for 1. Yates is on strike and Parkinson's around the wicket. And Yates plays forward. The ball comes off the inner half of the bat. It deflects away behind the leg side, and there's just a single there, just the one for Yates. And he moves to 37. And that's the first run of the afternoon. Good afternoon to Adams alongside me again.
Good afternoon, Scott. Did you enjoy your lunch?
I did, yes. Bit of chilli.
Yes. I thoroughly enjoyed my chili con carne.
Just spicy enough?
Yes. Nice bit of warmth, nice bit of heat. Lovely bit of rice alongside, because I was getting a bit peckish in that last few minutes before the lunch break, so it was very welcome when I headed down for and saw what it was.
Sibley waits for Parkinson, who's over the wicket and bowls forward in defence, and there's no run. There was a lovely sight during the course of the lunch interval, because Jimmy Anderson went out to the middle and to bowl a few deliveries on the used pitch. I think Saqib Mahmood was there as well with him. And the supporters were allowed on the outfield, as they have been throughout the course of the game. Sibley plays up to mid-on for no run. So supporters kind of wander out to the middle. And as they do the kind of a lap of the outfield, they all started to gather to as we look, to the left-hand side of the square. Because that was the pitch that Anderson was using to bowl. Forward goes Sibley. And plays it to Bell, who's on his 12th man at mid-on, and there's no run. And they kind of formed a bit of an arc around the pitch, all at a very respectful distance, all watching Jimmy Anderson bowl. Parkinson's in. It's down the leg side, taken by Yates, by Salt, and there is no run. And then they all just held back, and they enjoyed watching for 20-25 minutes or so of England's greatest bowling. Parkinson's in, and then Sibley goes back, and that's turned away into the onside for no run. It's the end of the over, the first one after lunch, and just a single off it. 86 for 1. And then just as he finished and was making his way back towards the dressing room, one or two kids got a little bit brave and ran up for a picture and an autograph, and I'm sure a memory that they'll cherish for a long time. It was nice to see as Anderson came off, and he took time to have a picture and sign a few bats and maybe the odd back of a programme or something, and that was nice to see. An opportunity which perhaps those supporters wouldn't normally get at a cricket ground. Certainly when England would be here, really get the chance to just wander up to Jimmy Anderson as he makes his way off the field. So good memories, and very nice to see.
Certainly was. And, He's not exactly a ballsy type, is he, James Anderson? He did look a little bit nervous, a little bit shy at times. You would think that if you've got an end named after yourself, that you could probably walk round, and he looked very very calm, didn't he, as he was wandering off. It's going to be Tom Bailey from the Anderson end to bowl the first over from that end after lunch. It's Yates that's on strike, so the action is right arm round the wicket. And the first ball of Bailey's over is a dot as it flies through past off stump to the wicket-keeper. He looked good though, didn't he, Anderson, in that bowl that he had? Little session.
I wonder if he'll play next week. There's 2 games left, as we mentioned this morning, Yorkshire and Essex to come.
Bailey in once more, and this one's straighter, and Yates knocks this into the leg side for no run. Croft does the fielding.
There's 2 games to come, I mean, before obviously the first test match of the summer. I think he will play in one of them, or at least one of them. Whether he'll play next week at Yorkshire. Joe Root, probably going to have a bat for Yorkshire. It's his first game of the season this week at Essex, so could have the possibility of Anderson and Root playing in a Roses match.
That would be excellent to see. Once more in Bailey comes. Once again, Yates defends. Back up the ground, and Bohannon does the fielding. Yes, that's quite the prospect, isn't it? Anderson to Root. Potentially Mahmood as well. Certainly Parkinson, you would say. We've got riches aplenty in the bowling department here at Old Trafford. 86 for 1 the score is, so just a single added since the lunch break. And Bailey's in again, and Yates plays this into the offside, and the fielding is done at backward point for no run. Bailey with a slip, and a fairly wide-ish 4th slip, so he's got Wells in at first, and then 10 or so metre gap through to Jennings with his hands in pocket. It's not quite at a gully. Mid-on and a mid-off, a square leg, a mid-wicket, and an extra cover. In once more Bailey comes, and Yates defends. And who's that in there? At a sort of wide-ish backward point.
That's Keaton Jennings. No, it's not. It's George Balderson.
Balderson in there. Sort of a wide-ish backward point. And a fine leg out. Patrolling the boundary. So a fairly routine field for this over after lunch, as once again Bailey comes in and Yates on the front foot defends. So a maiden to start from the Anderson end after lunch for Bailey. Got that wicket earlier of Davis. The first over in the morning, actually. A cracking catch by Jennings in the slips. The only wicket to fall so far today. As we head towards 1:45. It's definitely brighter, Scott, isn't it, since the lunch break? It's certainly, visibility has definitely improved.
Could be in for quite a nice Sunday afternoon. There's a big game on, isn't there, later on in the Premier League? Manchester City supporters will be keeping an eye on that fixture. Home to Newcastle. Parkinson's in to Sibley's, forward in defence, and there's no runs. It could be a nice evening in the City for the Premier League fixture a little bit later. But yeah, it does look much brighter. How will the afternoon progress in terms of the action in front of us? Well, we're going to see Parkinson back in again to Sibley. It's eased away into the offside, but for no run. 4 fields on the offside, backward point in Keaton Jennings. Balderson is at deep extra cover, Bohannon short extra cover, Bailey's at mid-off. Parkinson bowls, and that's cut out towards Jennings, just backward of point, and there's no run. George Bell, who's on his 12th man for Lancashire, is on mid-on. Captain Dane Villas is at mid-wicket. Luke Woods at deep backward square leg. Stephen Croft at forward short leg, and Luke Wells at slip. Parkinson's bowling, driven, but Balderson stops it. And there is no run.
Bit of a swat by Sibley there to that last ball outside the off stump. Bohannon was equal to it though at extra cover.
In comes Parkinson, bowls, maybe a little flatter to Sibley. Play back towards him, gathered by Parkinson off his own bowling. And there's no run. He's 35 from 87 deliveries. Tom Sibley. Yates 37 from 107 balls faced. Swept down towards the fine leg boundary. Quite a bit of ground to make up by Luke Wood, and he's not going to get there neither. It's going to be 4, just in front of that little white fence below the hotel. 4 for Sibley, and he moves on to 39. And the score moves on to 90 for 1. As the ball reached the rope on the first boundary of the afternoon session. The lead pushes up now to 44 as well at the end of the 36th over.
Nice shot that from Sibley. Got his hands low to the ball, down on the one leg, got his wrists through the ball nice and quick, played it incredibly fine. So that fielder coming round from sort of a deep backward square leg didn't really have a chance to cut it off. The ball was always going to win down to that little picket fence there, as you say, in front of the hotel. It's going to be Bailey to continue from the Anderson end. They're continuing with this sort of first and fourth slip policy with Wells and Jennings. Jennings moves slightly closer before retreating once more, so they're just tinkering with the field a little bit here, the Red Rose. It's the left-handed Yates who'll be on strike. And Bailey starts his run in now. He's in round the wicket, and that's left alone by Yates, so through to Salt it goes for no run. Good pace that as well by Bailey. Seemed to zip off the surface and make quite the thud into Salt's gloves. He turns once more as the right arm bowler. Right arm round the wicket is the action to the left-handed Yates, who leaves it alone. And once more it goes through to Salt for a dot in the book. 90 for 1. Warwickshire are. They're 44 ahead as we begin this afternoon session on the final day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire. 36 and a bit overs gone. 36.2 overs gone in this Warwickshire second innings. Bailey bowls, and this one's hit into the leg side. They're going to try and get through for a run. Yes, no, seems to be the call, but they've decided in the end, quite wisely, I think, not to take the single as the ball comes in from Dane Villas, who comes round from square leg to do the fielding. So the score stays on 90 for 1.
Good stop that, wasn't it? Lancashire supporters enjoyed that. Both sets of players, I think, have done the best. The fielders in particular, to keep kind of the energy levels are good. No, this is a belting pitch. Good pitch to bat on. We've seen that. Bowlers have had to work hard, and they've been backed up by the fielders.
This time Yates is forward to Bailey, defending for no run. Croft doing the fielding in there at a sort of close catching mid-wicket, really. Had a wander through the press box or the press area downstairs for the written press, and some lovely artwork on display, isn't there, in and around there of this famous ground and its links to the Wacker in Australia. It was lovely to see. Bailey in once more round the wicket, and this time Yates is driving out towards extra cover. No run. Ali does the fielding. Some lovely artwork on display. Really impressed in these 2 days I've been at Old Trafford. Very professional, very friendly.
And you had a good chilli as well.
And I had some cracking chilli and a brilliant cottage pie yesterday. As Bailey's in again and Yates once more defends. No, it really is a class act here at Old Trafford. And that's the over complete. A maiden as well for Bailey. 1 for 19, his figures remain. 37 overs have been bowled. Sibley on 39, Yates on 37. So 5 runs added since the lunch break. They're 44 ahead, Warwickshire on 90 for 1.
Top score of the season, this, isn't it, for Yates? He's 37. He's had a quiet start to the campaign for Warwickshire. A tough week last week at Taunton. A heavy defeat against Somerset, losing by an innings and 82. 209 all out in the first innings. Sam Haynes 54 and McAndrew making 47. Second innings all out for 167. Again with runs for Hayne in the middle order. It's Parkinson's in. Forward goes Sibley in defence. Top score so far this season for Yates. Plenty of time out there in the middle. 113 deliveries he's faced. It's Don Sibley unbeaten on 39. As Parkinson's in to Sibley. As defended, there's no run. Last year, Yates for Warwickshire, 793 runs. At an average of 37, 4 centuries. An excellent 2021. He's had a very, very good start to his career. Looks a fine player and he's enjoying his day batting so far. Non-strikers end as Sibley's defending once more. Gathered by Luke Wells, who's slipped. There's a slip and a leg slip. So Stephen Croft, who was at forward short leg, just shuffles around to leg slip instead. Cries of catch as Sibley looks to sweep the ball. Quite time it. Ball just balloons away down towards backward square. And he'll reverse that sweep ball. Sibley. He moves to 40. Score moves on to 91 for 1. And gets Yates on strike. He's got a little extra company here. He's got 3. He's got the slip and the leg slip and also the forward short leg for the left-hander. Parkinson's bowling from around the wicket and the ball, natural spin of it will turn in towards the left-hander. He's got a few footmarks to work with outside the off stump there as well. Oh, and he comes off an edge. It's a good stop by Luke Wells. Low down to his left-hand side. Parkinson's telling me earlier this season he's working on his different variations. He's working on his googly. That bounces and turns sharply back in towards him as he fizzed it into the footmarks outside the off stump. And dealt with by Yates. Awkwardly, that was because it was a little extra bounce from Parkinson. It's the end of the over. 91 for 1. Yates has 37. Sibley unbeaten on 40. And the lead is 45 runs. As the skies look a little clearer, a little brighter. Got 61 overs remaining. Potentially in the day's allocation. We'll, I guess, assess it again at tea as to what the chances are of something happening on the final day, but there's nothing to suggest at this stage anything dramatic. Just a calm approach from Warwickshire to bat through the middle session and effectively secure the draw.
I think you're right, Scott. I think that's the order of the day. See where they are at tea. It's going to be Bailey to continue from the Anderson end. It's Sibley on strike. And that's just knocked into the offside. Croft does the fielding. So no run off the first ball of the over. Stays 91 for 1. Sibley on 40. Scored 3 boundaries in an over to Hassan Ali just before lunch. So that moved his scoreboard on a bit. He's 40 off 94 balls. 6 fours in that as well. So it's been a bit of feast or famine regarding Sibley with the bat. That's sort of been that sort of day, really, putting the bad ball away. Not with much sort of scampering between the wickets, turning 1s into 2s as Bailey turns and comes in again, and this one's left alone by Sibley. And through to Salt it goes behind the stumps. Rob Yates at the other end, 37 off 115 balls, just the 3 boundaries. As we come round towards 2 o'clock, on this final day of this county championship match. You'd still be putting your money on a draw if you're a betting man, but stranger things have happened. Bailey comes in again, and once more Sibley's on the front foot and defends. So 3 dots in this over so far.
Great chance to bat, though, for these two. Remember Yates last year in the Bob Willis Trophy final. Got a century for Warwickshire against Lancashire. That match was over pretty quickly. Lancashire made a bit of a mess of the first innings inside the opening hour of the match. It was the opening half an hour of the match. Remember Yates scoring a ton in that game at Lord's. Capped off a memorable year for Warwickshire.
Here comes Bailey again, and this time there will be runs as Sibley knocks it into the leg side. Ali doing the fielding at fine leg. So through for a single they go.
Bizarre, wasn't it, when you look back now at the Bob Willis Trophy, because it's kind of a competition that was... and it was a great idea, the creation of it for 2020, because of the shortened season, and the county championship couldn't have its full usual 6 months or so, and the cricket we got in 2020 was fantastic to be able to actually see a bit of cricket, and then was really privileged to do it because cricket fans couldn't get into the ground and watch the games. But Bob Willis Trophy created for that 2020 season. It was then carried on.
Round the wicket again is Bailey, and Yates defends.
It was kind of tagged on, actually, wasn't it, at the end of last season. So they created this competition, the Bob Willis Trophy. Bizarrely, the runs you got and the wickets you took in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2020 do not count towards your first-class stats. They're not counted towards county championship results. It should all really be boxed together. That was the season. That was the county championship season in 2020. I found that a bit strange that they're not included.
Last ball of the Bailey over is defended by Yates. Bit of acrobatic fielding by Croft. He takes it one-handed and throws it in to Salt behind the stumps.
But it tagged on a Bob Willis Trophy in the following year, perhaps because they created it in 2020. Well, we've got to keep it again for the following year. And it was the two teams that finished first and second went to Lord's and challenged for the trophy. I just wonder, and obviously it's not been carried on this year. Is there some way of trying to incorporate it back into? I don't quite know how you would do that. There's suggestions of the different conferences and then playoffs and stuff like that. I don't know. It just seems a bit of a bizarre situation to have occurred. As Parkinson's in, forward because Sibley has no run. The creation of it was a good thing. Last year it was kind of kept because maybe they felt obliged to because there was a team that won it the previous year, and then it's been stopped this year. Whether somewhere down the line it will be included somehow. As Parkinson's in to Sibley, and there's no run, or maybe they're just leaving it. It was just something that was created because of COVID, and that's how it will remain.
Yeah, I mean, an option is to sort of, when I say rebrand it, I don't mean rebrand the trophy, I mean rebrand what it's.
Parkinson to Sibley, who drives towards mid-on, but for no run.
Rebrand what it's sort of given for. You know, it's Bob Willis was a bowler. Could it be that it's given out to, from both divisions, you know, the bowler that's had the best season, perhaps?
Leading wicket taker.
Yes, exactly. You know, it seems a shame, doesn't it?
This is a good ball from Parkinson. Has it found the edge of Sibley's bat? He's walking, he has. Parkinson strikes after lunch and Sibley's gone for 41. And that just puts a little injection of life back into Lancashire. The second wicket to fall of the day. Big hug from Bailey to Parkinson, who produces the first wicket. That little thin edge off the bat of Don Sibley into the gloves of Phil Salt. Lovely piece of bowling from Parkinson. And Warwickshire are 2 down, 92 for 2. And the lead of 46. And Matt Parkinson celebrates there in the middle, surrounded by his teammates. His first wicket. And good glove work here. Stretching for it, Sibley. And into the gloves of Salt, who's up celebrating. And that's the end of a very patient knock from Dom Sibley. 41 from 101 deliveries and 6 fours.
Just a little bit off balance there, Sibley, as he played that. Bat just a little bit away from his gloves and found a feather of an edge. That's all it was. That's all it took. It was a good catch at slip. Well taken. Sorry, not at slip. By Salt. Behind the stumps to take the catch and get Warwickshire 2 down. So 92 for 2. Just after lunch on this final day. Sam Hain marching to the middle to join Rob Yates, coming in at number 4.
Yeah, I mentioned he got runs in the context of the innings last week in Taunton for Warwickshire. McAndrew helping him out first time round, but 50 and a 40 and 2 low scores. But it's a very different feel to it now. I mean, yeah, the lead is 46. It's just 2 wickets to have fallen so far today. But yeah, that little magic that Parkinson brings, and you're never entirely certain. Just got one there, didn't he, Parkinson, to just bite a little bit. A little thin edge through.
He likes to feel bat on ball as well, does Sam Hain. So he'll fancy his chances here, Parkinson, particularly early on. Just doing all of his pre-flight checks is Hain.
With Parkinson into Hain, that's played out into the offside for no run. Got Croft there at forward short leg. Luke Wells at slip with his hand in his pockets. Bohannon is at short extra cover. Captain Dame Velas is at short mid-wicket. Parkinson's in. Hain plays again off the front foot and negotiates the over. Is that a wicket maiden? It is for Matt Parkinson. It's his first maiden, and it's produced a wicket. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 34 for Parkinson and Warwickshire. 92 for 2. They lead by 46.
Felt like the game needed that, didn't it? Spark it into life after lunch. Nice early wicket. Those two were set and were digging in well. So fresh man to the crease. Like I say, Sam Hain likes to feel bat on ball. We shall see what happens. It's going to be Bailey to continue from the Anderson end. 92 for 2. Warwickshire are. They lead Lancashire by 46, so you could say 46 for 2. Just tweaking the field ever so slightly to the left-handed Yates. They're keeping this policy, though, of a first and a fourth slip. But Croft is moving from fairly close as extra cover to give some protection on the leg side. He's coming in at sort of a square leg. In fact, he might be dropping out back to the square leg boundary the way he's trotting at the moment. He's got a mid-on and a mid-off. A backward point, and he's got a fine leg as well. And Yates is forward and defends. Hassan Ali just doing a few warm-up moves. Not had a bowl yet since lunch as the overseas Pakistan player. As you'd expect, particularly with that wicket, that Dame Vilas might throw the ball to the right arm quick and see if he can get another one. But Yates has looked good for his 37 so far. The left-handed batter on strike, and round the wicket comes Bailey, and that's defended away to mid-on by Yates for none.
Of course, this fixture last year between these two sides was the first game of what was then Division 1, because we had the 3 groups to start the season, 10 games each, and then split into Divisions 1, 2 and 3, and then you played 4 matches in that second set of fixtures.
Bailey in again, a bit of a fuller ball, that one, which wasn't quite timed by Yates. So Bailey does the fielding off his own bowling.
The match ended in a draw. Josh Bohannon scoring a century in the game, making 170. Sam Hain with a ton. Chris Benjamin as well, 127.
3 balls to go in the over for Bailey, and once more Yates is forward and defends. Yes, I think Benjamin will be looking forward to strapping his pads on this afternoon. You'd think that Will Rhodes would come in next at number 5, and then it would be Bailey at 6 with Burgess at 7, but they might tinker with the batting order. You never know. And then it would be McAndrew at 8, Briggs, Miles and Hallen Dolby coming in at number 11. Yates waits once more for Bailey. There we are. Through the offside he plays. For no run. 92 for 2 the score. 1 ball to go in this over. 46 ahead, Warwickshire are. At the end of his mark now is Bailey, looking to complete a maiden. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Yates, and it's a wide one that's left alone outside the off stump, so it is a dot to finish that over. 41 complete in this second innings for Warwickshire. They're 46 ahead on 92 for 2.
Let's take a look, shall we, around the ground, see what's happening elsewhere in the county championship. Starting in Division 1, Gloucestershire 194 for 4 in their second innings. So Miles Hammond is 63 not out. He's batting with Ryan Higgins. So the equation in that game is 6 wickets to win for Hampshire. And from this stage, 174 more runs required for Gloucestershire. Wicket of Van Buren just halted Gloucestershire's chances of victory, but 174, final couple of sessions. There's Parkinson in. Then will nudge the ball into the onside for no run. And Essex don't look like they're going to get into any bother. There was a lead for Yorkshire, got about 62 in front on first innings when they were eventually bowled out, but Essex batting in their second innings made a very good start. Alistair Cook is rattled onto 41 from 47. As Hayne defends, and in contrast, Nick Brown is 9 not out from 52. It's an utterly contrasting display from the two opening batters. Essex are 58 not out. Brown 9 runs off 52. Cook 41 off 47.
He's still got it, hasn't he, Cook?
There's Parkinson. Down the pitch comes Hayne. It's worked up to mid-on for no run. It's a good start for Essex. Let's try and make that game nice and safe. And in Division 2, Durham are still looking for their first wicket of the day. Parkinson in bowling. Hayne defends. Plenty of noise around. Almost every delivery greeted with sounds of encouragement. But Worcestershire 173 for 2. They need 269 more runs to win. Durham are looking for 8 wickets still. Parkinson to Hayne, who shuffles right back and clips the ball off his pads and jogs through for 1. And he's off the mark with that. And the score moves on to 93 for 2. Middlesex did lose an early wicket following Sussex's declaration at 3-3-5 for 4. Mark Stoneman, the man out for 1, but Sam Robson and Peter Hanscom have got Middlesex now to 42 for 1. And Glamorgan are on the hunt for runs to beat Leicestershire. They bowled them out for 266. Parkinson around the wicket. And Yates defends into the offside for no run. End of the over. 93 for 2, a lead of 47 for Warwickshire. Glamorgan 43 for 1. So they have lost 1 wicket. It's David Lloyd, their captain, the man out. But Andrew Salter and Manus Labuschagne are batting for Glamorgan, and they need 107 more runs to beat Leicestershire.
Going back to what we were talking about earlier with the Bob Willis Trophy, I was saying that potentially it could be moved from being a end of season sort of match to it being given to a player, potentially a bowler that's, you know, top of the tree, whether that's on averages, wickets, or whatever. But then I was thinking, well, you'd need a batting equivalent, I guess, wouldn't you? So I'm trying to think who it would be that you would name a batting equivalent after.
Got some suggestions. Tweet at BBC Lancs Cricket on Twitter. A few suggestions maybe to put forward.
So there's a change in the bowling here. It's going to be Hassan Ali replacing Bailey at that Anderson end. Right arm over to Hayne, who's on strike, and Hayne works this one into the offside, and Croft does the fielding, so no run there. Don't necessarily have to be no longer with us. I'm struggling to clutch a name, if you see what I mean, that you could put straight to that trophy. Ali in once more. Right arm over, left alone this time outside the off stump, and it flies through to Salt. No run. 93 for 2 the score.
I like the idea though, if you're trying to incorporate the Bob Willis Trophy, and perhaps it's something for to be given to the top bowler of the season. Just seems a bit strange, doesn't it, that you have this competition for 1 year and then you keep it for the next, and then it just kind of melts away.
Ali in again, and Hayne is forward, defends into the offside.
Don't get me wrong, I don't think it's perhaps front and centre of the current review into domestic cricket that has been put together by the ECB.
No, but I certainly think at the moment, at least, first versus second, a sort of playoff final, if you will, at Lords is something that's not necessarily going to return. Ali to Hayne, and a shot played through the offside by Hayne for no run. Once more Croft fields at extra cover.
Good looking shot for no run.
So, you know, I think it's going to be whoever finishes top wins the county championship, and that's the end of it. There's no sort of first versus second for an additional trophy type match coming in for various reasons. 4 dots so far in the over from Ali, and this is played into the leg side. There will be runs here, potentially 4 of them. A lovely shot by Hayne. He dug it out and worked it into the leg side, and he does get to the boundary. 4 runs to Hayne. Skated away over those practice pitches, rattled along to the outfield. Very full delivery that from Hayne, from Ali to Hayne. 97 for 2 the score moves on to. Bit of gardening being done by Warwickshire's number 4. As he heads back behind the popping crease. 1 ball to go then in Ali's first over. Second over actually from that Anderson end since the lunch break. Hayne takes his guard again, and here comes Ali. He's in, he bowls, and this one once again into the leg side, but a good bit of fielding down there by the substitute fielder Bell. So a dot to end the over. 4 runs from it. 43 overs have been bowled now in this Warwickshire second innings. They find themselves on 97 for 2. Hayne there 5 not out. Rob Yates alongside him on 37. They're 51 in front now, Warwickshire, on 97 for 2.
He has had a good winter as George Bell. He's been away with England's under-19s. He was part of the series in the World Cup. He's been part of tours to the West Indies as well. He's had an exciting start to his career. He's out there as 12th man at the minute. Plays his cricket at Alderley Edge. A Manchester lad. Currently out on the field as 12th man. Not quite sure for who. Let's see if we can try and work it out as Parkinson comes around the wicket, and that's cut out through the offside and picked up by Luke Wood coming up from the deep point boundary. So we've got Stephen Croft at short leg and Luke Wells at slip. And Jennings just backward point. Balderson deep extra cover. Bohannon extra cover. Hassan Ali is at mid-on.
Can't see the skipper at the minute.
He's got his hands on his hips at the minute at mid-wicket. There's Dave Velas, and there's a deep backward square leg as this is worked into the offside for no run, which is Luke Wood. So it's Tom Bailey that's currently not out in the middle.
Or they've snuck a 12th on. One or the other. We'll assume that it's Bailey that's off the field.
Hayne on 5. There's Parkinson. In and bowling. And that's dabbed back away by Sam Hayne, who rehearses that forward press a couple of times. And something catches his eye on the pitch, and he goes to scrape it away with his bat. Yellow bat handle for Sam Hayne. Parkinson in. Ball pitches and turns a little. It's moving away from Hayne, left alone, taken by Salt. And there's no run. 1 for 36 for Parkinson. The wicket of Dom Sibley out for the first time in the match. He carried his bat in the first innings. And defending once more and toying with the idea of a single. Ball just trickles down to backward point. And there's no run. 1 ball left at the over for Parkinson. Hayne on 5. He's in and bowling. And he's perhaps playing it a little late, or at least Lancashire given that suggestion, but he defends it, keeps it out. It's the end of the over. The lead of 52 at 98 for 2.
But a good little session after lunch this for Lancashire. They were pleased to get that wicket of Dom Sibley just after the lunch break, and since then they put the squeeze on. They were 85 for 1 at lunch. Warwickshire are now 98 for 2. They've been playing, 40 minutes since lunch, so the run rate hasn't got out of hand. Just the 13 runs added as Ali's in round the wicket to Yates, who's forward and defends. And Bell does the fielding on as 12th man. Still a 1st and 4th slip in place. It's Wells and Jennings that are marshalling that area of the pitch as Ali turns and runs in now and bowls. And Yates defends. Bell once again does the fielding. 98 for 2 the score. 52 in front of the Bears. Got a fine leg, a square leg and a mid-wicket, mid-on and a mid-off, extra cover and a backward point. It's a fairly regimented routine field, you would say, at the moment, as Ali's in once more and Yates waits and lets this one go. Just drops the bat at the last second. Does Warwickshire's number 3.
Mike's come up with a suggestion on Twitter.
You're chuckling.
Well, it's made me laugh, yeah. It has made me chuckle. He's gone for... there should be 3 batting awards. The Gooch for the highest run scorer. The Boycott for the innings that sends most people to sleep. And the Tufnell for the batter with the most ducks.
Ali in once more, and this time he pulls, does Yates, quite square, and he might get 4. No, it's cut off at the rope by Parkinson down there doing the fielding at fine leg. So it's just the 2 runs to add to Yates' total, and that brings up the 100. Second time round for Warwickshire. Well, they reach 3 figures and lead by 52 as the 45th over begins to draw to a close. So it was the Tufnell, the Gooch, and what was the other one, sorry?
So the Gooch for the highest run scorer.
I'm going to make notes and email Rob Key in a minute. So we've got the Gooch, the Tufnell.
That was for the batter with the most ducks.
Okay.
And the Boycott award
As Ali's in once more around the wicket and Yates is forward and defends.
Would go to the innings that sends most people to sleep, would be Mike's suggestion.
So are we going to say that then that the Bob Willis trophy is the equivalent of the Gooch in the bowling department? So we need the Maverick Tufnell-esque equivalent. Ali, last ball of this over from the Anderson end. It's pulled by Yates and there might be a 2. I think it's just going to be 1. Bit of relay fielding out there on the deep between Parkinson and Wood. They do scamper back for a second. Salt takes the bails off, but Yates was comfortably home. So 4 runs from that over moves the Bears on to 102 for 2.
Gloucestershire have lost another wicket, so they're 5 down now. Keith Barker trapping Miles Hammond LBW for 67, so 201 for 5 Gloucestershire. So they need a further 167 to win. 5 wickets down. Hampshire now need 5 more wickets for a victory in Southampton. 2 wickets for Liam Dawson, 1 for Barker, 1 for Abbas, 1 for Ian Holland. Parkinson from the Brian Statham end. He's in and bowling. It's left by Sam Hain and through to Phil Salt, and there's no run. Driven up towards mid-on by Hain. Can't get it past Hassan Ali. He's at mid-on. Bailey's on it, back on the field. He's at mid-off. He's too close in around the bat. Hain on 5 from 20 balls face, of which I think the majority of the 20 feel like they've been sent down by Parkinson to him. Reaches forward. It's eased out towards extra cover where Josh Bohannon fields. And there's no run. Parkinson over the wicket, fizzed in, little fuller to Hain, who brings the bat down. The ball disappears away through the offside. Luke Wells picks it up, gives it to Lancashire's chief shiner, Bohannon. But now with Parkinson, 2 balls left. 102 for 2, lead of 56. That's defended get away safely into the offside for no run.
Was caught in 2 minds there, wasn't he, Hain? Didn't know whether to go forward or back. In the end, played it sensibly, rocked onto the back foot, just dropped the bat on it.
Parkinson bowling and Hain going back and working the ball across his pads out through square leg for a single, and he's pinched the strike because that's the end of the over. Hain has 6 and Warwickshire are 103 for 2. Lead is 57. 53 overs left today, and this is the start of another partnership for Warwickshire after a good one between Sibley and Yates. These two have faced 38 balls together so far. The Sibley-Yates partnership in the end was worth 78, but it was also the time taken up from the match as well. They batted thick end of 27 overs this morning and then carried on a little bit after lunch before Parkinson found the outside edge of Sibley's bat.
Changing the field here for the start of this Hassan Ali over. Just the 1 slip now. They've got 2 catching on the leg side, fairly close mid-wicket catchings, of which Jennings, who was at 4 slip, is one of them. It's Ali from the Anderson end, and that's a very, very deep ball, and I don't think Sam Hain even waited for the finger to go up. Trapped him on the crease, full swinging delivery, clatters into his pad. LBW the decision by the umpire, and Sam Hain has to trot off for just 6.
Hassan Ali with a roar of pleasure, and he's beating his chest. Delighted with that one, Hassan Ali. We've seen that type of dismissal from him a few times this season. Look at that in-swing late on from Hassan. Do well to keep that out. And he knew he was a goner straight away, Sam Hain. Full swinging in late. That was an absolute snorter from Hassan Ali, and the celebration to match that roar of delight. And then he thundered his hand into his chest in celebration. Hain departs. One fired in like a missile towards his toes. And Lancashire pick up the 3rd wicket of the day. Warwickshire 103 for 3.
Would have clattered into middle and leg that, so absolutely beautiful delivery by the Pakistani. And the Warwickshire captain is the new man. Will Rhodes coming in at number 5 with his team on 103 for 3. They're 57 ahead of the Bears. We're into the 47th over. And Lancashire might just feel if they can get another one here, they could be in business. Still a bit of batting to come. Benjamin can bat at number 6. Bat very well. Lancashire know all about him from last season. Burgess has been in good touch as well. The door has just been moved ajar for Lancashire with that dismissal of Sam Hain. And Ali at the end of his mark. Will Rhodes just sorting himself out, taking his guard. The left-hander is facing his first ball and he's defending it into the offside for no run. Ali staying round the wicket. Words of encouragement coming through from around the fielders here at Old Trafford. Lancashire have got 2 slips in place. They've got Wells and Jennings. Got a backward point, an extra cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg and a fine leg. Ali round the wicket once more from the Anderson end. And an edge by Rhodes, which falls short of Jennings at first slip. 103 for 3 the score remains. Ali marching back to where he'll begin his run up for the next delivery. It's thrown the ball by Jos Bohannon at mid-off, as Rhodes twirls the bat in his hand a few times before taking guard. He's ready now. He waits before Ali comes in and delivers. And this one fired in towards off stump, but well defended by Rhodes. 103 for 3 the score. They're 57 in front, so Warwickshire. Thirteenth over this for Hassan. Rhodes once more takes guard, and Hassan Ali's in, and this is into the leg side, so it'll be another dot in the book. So far a wicket made and one more to go. Will Rhodes just does a bit of gardening before checking his guard and getting ready to face the last ball from Hassan of this over from the Anderson end. Will Rhodes still yet to score. Here he comes round the wicket. He's forward and defends as Will Rhodes. So a wicket maiden for Ali. 1 for 31 the score. 103 for 3 at Warwickshire. They're 57 in front.
Well, Lancashire have used Hassan Ali and they've turned to Hassan Ali a few times. The captain, Dane Velas, already in his short time with the club, has been the man that perhaps can just unsettle a few out there and be the man that gets the wicket to just to change the feel of a game, perhaps. Not quite, don't think, at that stage just yet, but Lancashire have given themselves a bit of a sniff. It was a terrific piece of bowling from Hassan Ali, and just leaves Warwickshire with a few things to consider here. Depends now on the Yates. He is well set. He faced 131 deliveries. Parkinson comes around the wicket, bowls forward. Goes Yates out into the offside, and there is no run. Again, we get that excellent contrast, don't we, of pace and then the spin of Parkinson. But that was fizzed in a bit quicker. And that is worked out into the offside. And there is no run. There's 3 around the bat. There's a leg slip and a slip and a forward short leg. It's Parkinson for Lancashire, in and bowling. And that's cut out through the offside. Wood comes round to complete the fielding. Yates gets 1, takes him on to 43. Score moves on to 104 for 3, the lead of 58. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, takes Garn from umpire Nigel Long. Parkinson having a look around his field. He's still got the leg slip and the slip, the short leg. Square leg comes in front of square. He's now got a deep mid wicket, and the man at point comes up as well. Parkinson in to walk to Rhodes. Turns the ball out into the onside where it's gathered by Bohannon. And there's no run. The ball over the wicket to Rhodes. He's asking if that's LBW. Back Parkinson spins around, bends down on one knee, arms outstretched. Not out, say it's Nigel Long.
Missing leg, I think, that one. Had plenty of revs on the ball. May even have pitched outside. The leg stump as well.
Parkinson in to Rhodes. Snapped away into the onside, but where Rhodes is playing it, and the little bit of extra energy that Lancashire have got following a couple of wickets keeps the game alive for the minute, because it's just a 58-run lead and there's 2 wickets that have fallen since lunch. Dom Sibley being one of them, having made an unbeaten century in the first innings, and the other, Sam Hain, who got runs last week in Taunton when Warwickshire was struggling. 50 in the first innings, 40 odd in the second. He fell off the bowling of Hassan Ali, who's just peeling off his jumper. And he's going to come tearing back in from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Been nearly an hour into this session now. 1:40 play resumed after lunch. It's now 24 minutes to 3, so certainly by the end of this over we'll be an hour into the session. And it is going to be Ali. He's in, and Yates drops the bat on this one and guides it down through third, and I think it's going to get all the way to the boundary. It is, so 4 runs to Yates. Not completely convincing, that shot, but runs nonetheless to the Warwickshire man. Plenty of pace on that delivery from Ali, and it was just sort of not quite timed, and off it flew down toward the boundary at third. 108 for 3 the score then. That moves Yates in sight of his 50. He's on 47. And Lancashire have reverted to the 2-slip policy with about 10 metres between the two, so a first and a 4th slip. In fact, Wells is just being encouraged by Salt to come a little bit closer As Ali comes in again to Yates, and this one's left alone for no run. Good pace and good carry though by the Pakistan bowler. 62 is what Warwickshire lead by. And Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, is stuck on naught, the non-striker's end at the moment. So Yates comes in once more, and sorry, as Ali comes into Yates once more, and Yates defends. One for 35, the figures for Ali at the moment. They've been fairly economical. He's bowled 13. This is the 14th over that he's sending down. His pace hasn't dropped. It's looked good. He comes in once more, round the wicket. It's a slightly fuller ball that's defended by Yates into the offside. Bailey does the fielding at extra cover. Just tweaking the field ever so slightly here is Hassan Ali. He's sending fine leg Matt Parkinson right onto the boundary. He was sort of 3/4 of the way back. He's been sent right on. Down below us here. The slips have come a bit closer together. It's more a first and a third slip now as Ali's in once more. And a play and a miss from Yates, and he knows it as well. He's crossed himself there as the Warwickshire man. He knows he nearly gave it away then. He was not far from just getting a little feather on that one through to salt the wicketkeeper, but he lives to fight another day.
It's about the only loose shot he's played, isn't it?
He's looked very sound of technique so far, Yates. Or maybe it was a lack of concentration. But he just ever so slightly wavered there, and he nearly gave his wicket away. A square leg goes right back now onto the boundary. More of a deep backward square. Here's Ali to complete the 49th over, and this time Yates gets it through. Just be a single, but he'll keep the strike. No overthrows. Good bit of backing up in the field there by Balderson. So that ends the over with a single added to it. Takes Yates on to 48. He'll keep the strike as well. 63 Warwickshire are in front, and they're on 109 for 3.
Bit of a double edge to this, isn't it? Because I mean, the 2 wickets after lunch for Lancashire. There's a bit of extra buzz around them now. They've got Parkinson in the game from one end. They've got Hassan in this spell from the other. But because of the way they bowled in the morning session, Warwickshire unable to really get up to and beyond Lancashire that quickly. They've not gone away. The lead is just 63. So Lancashire look at that. There's 50 overs left. They're only 60 in front, and they're 3 down. And they will be of the opinion that there's still plenty of life in this yet. Parkinson over the wicket and bowling.
It's the time that's been lost in the game, isn't it? And potentially how the light is in that final session as well. What time did we go off yesterday? About 6-ish? A little bit after, maybe?
I think it was about that, yeah, 6 o'clock-ish. Parkinson to Yates. Gets a single there.
It feels brighter today. The clouds lifted, certainly since lunch. So you never know. I mean, I think it's impossible for Warwickshire to win it from here. You really are going to have to put the hammer down and get some fireworks going, but a Lancashire victory is not beyond the reaches so far.
Rose just defends this ball back to Matt Parkinson. And there is no runs. Notice the 6th wicket falling in Southampton. So Gloucestershire 6 down now. Tom Lace the man out for 208 for 6. Parkinson to Rhodes. It's play back to him for no run. Hampshire 4 wickets away from a victory, and I guess Gloucestershire's now, well, they need 158 to win. Heading into the middle part of the afternoon session on the south coast. Higgins on 13, not out. Hampshire sniffing the possibility of a victory there against Gloucestershire. trying to match the work of the leaders Surrey, who beat Northants yesterday. Those are the top two at the minute. Parkinson to Rhodes. Ball just deflects away into the offside, and there is no run.
Down the leg side as well. Half-hearted appeal at best, that one. Certainly not got the venom as of the previous one, where he was almost pleading with the umpire to put his finger up.
It's a bit of a lonely appeal, that, wasn't it, from Matt Parkinson. Fizzed in a little bit flatter and quicker to Rhodes. He's going back and guides the ball out through the onside. And Stephen Croft stops the ball at short leg. And that's the end of the over. 110 for 3. A lead of 64. Yates one shy of 50. He's unbeaten on 49. Will Rhodes has faced 12 deliveries yet to get off the mark. He's on 0. And looks like Hassan Ali's fiery little spell has come to an end, because Luke Wood is going to replace him from the Jimmy Anderson end.
Yeah, I think that was clearly a plan, wasn't it, from Villas and Lancashire, saying to Hassan Ali, can you give me all you've got for 4 overs? And he did not disappoint, did the Pakistani. Brilliant little spell. Got his rewards as well. It's going to be Wood. Yates on 49, waiting for him at the Statham end. It's Wood in from the Anderson end. A play and a miss down the leg side from Yates, and he just steps away for a second. So that's 2 loose shots in the last 2 balls he's faced, the Warwickshire left-hander. He nearly gave it away again. He wasn't far away from finding a little tickle on that one. Will Rhodes at the non-strikers end doing a bit of gardening. And Yates just taking his time to collect his thoughts before taking guard once more. He stays on 49. He's been at the crease for 143 balls and scored 4 fours so far. Here comes Wood again. In now. And Yates defends. So he stays on 49.
Little update from Northern Cricket Club, where Lancashire women are in action in the Women's County T20 semi-final and now the final. Emma Lamb making 62, Georgie Boyce 52, and Phoebe Graham 3 for 21. Lancashire women beating Nottinghamshire to reach the final, and it will be Lancashire against Yorkshire in the final.
Here he comes once more. Once again down the leg side. Yates thought about playing that for a second, but does leave this one this time to allow it to go through to full salt. 110 for 3 at Warwickshire. Rob Yates is on 49 not out. As what sounds like quite the plane is going above us, if our effects mic is to believe. We're not far from Manchester Airport here. Wood in again, left arm over the wicket, and this time confident leave by Yates, who just lets that sail through to Phil Salt with the gloves on behind the stumps. 110 for 3.
Just reading on the BBC Sport website and the app that the 2 former England captains are up against each other today, because as they report here, it might be petering out to a draw, but a nice moment at Chelmsford as England former captains Joe Root and Sir Alistair Cook. It's Root bowling to Cook in that match between Essex and Yorkshire.
Wood in again. Yates tries to get the single here this time by playing it into the leg side, but there was never a run on there. Will Rhodes has to scamper back, makes his ground, so another dot in the book. 5 dots in a row so far in this Wood over. He's 0 for 15. 1 ball to go. Yates stands and waits, taps his bat into the ground a few times. Wood's at the end of his mark now. comes in from the Anderson end. He's past the umpire, left arm over and bowls. And this should be 4. A beautiful shot. It will definitely be his half-century, Rob Yates. He may get 4 for them, but I think it's probably going to be cut off by Bahanas as he heads out towards the mid-on boundary to do the fielding. Throws the ball in now, so he'll have to settle for 3, Rob Yates. But that's a brilliant knock from Warwickshire's number 3 and brings up his 50 in style.
He does, yeah, great knock. Didn't get runs here in the championship match against Lancashire last year. Got a century at Lords, Rob Yates. One of the players I was looking forward to watching bat, and he's put together an excellent 52.
So that brings the over to a close. 113 for 4 is what Warwickshire are after 51 overs. They're 67 in front. Will Rhodes still yet to score. He's on 0, having faced 12 balls. And Rob Yates bringing up that half-century. 52 not out he is off 148 deliveries. And it's going to be Parkinson to continue from the Statham end.
He's going to bowl around the wicket to Yates. It's drilled up to mid-off, where Bailey slides across and completes the fielding and holds the pose.
I like this from Parkinson coming around the wicket. Lots of rough to attack here for the leg spinner.
Into Yates, that's squirted away into the onside. Luke Wood that comes up to gather the ball.
Big puff of dust came up from the pitch as Yates struck that one, so there's definitely some rough that Parkinson can work with.
He's got 3 around the bat as well, the leg slip and the forward short leg. He pulled a couple around the wicket. He's going to come back over the wicket to Yates. And that's cut out through towards George Balderson on the point boundary. Yates is through for 1. He moves to 53. Score to 114 for 3.
Not quite as an attacking line, this though, from Parkinson, is it? It's bowling it much straighter. And it just meant that you can get in front of the ball and almost smother the spin. The odds are more stacked in the favour of the batter with this line.
Rhodes going back, trying to drag the ball away through the onside.
Where I think if you come round the wicket to that left-hander, you've got the rough, the ball's going to drift in naturally. Okay, it's not as windy as it was yesterday, and the wind's coming the other way, but this is good to see. He's gone back over the wicket, round the wicket, much better.
And Rhodes is able to drill it away through the onside, and Dame Villas can't believe that's got underneath his body. Buried his face in the grass. He put the dive in, the Lancashire captain, but just couldn't stop the ball. Allows Rhodes to get his first run.
He's staying round the wicket as well. To Yates is Parkinson.
Final ball of the over. Fizzed in. Oh, blimey, that's beaten everything. That's gone down towards the boundary. Chasing after it is Luke Wells. They've run 3. And that's good running for 3. I suspect buys. Yep. Beat the whole lot. Well, that line that you were referring to, Adam, that Parkinson was bowling around the wicket there. And has sneaked through everything. And he can't quite believe it, neither in Deacon. Lancashire players. He's popped his cap back on, Matt Parkinson. Tom Bailey comes up and pats him on the back. He's got through everything, but to his dismay, it didn't clip the stumps, and 3 buys added. 118 for 3. The lead moves on to 72.
It just gives him so much more attacking options to that left-hander, or both left-handers that are in at the moment. Bowling round the wicket. Looks like there's more rough out there as well, and I think that last ball from Parkinson, yes, he'd be disappointed that it didn't do any damage in the wickets column. In fact, it cost his team a few buys, but it's certainly where the spice is And it was certainly where he's asking some questions. It's going to be Wood to continue, though. Left arm over from the Anderson end. A ball that sits up first for Yates, which he just knocks into the leg side for a run. 119 for 3, the score moves on to. Yates on to 53. Brings the Warwickshire skipper Will Rhodes onto strike, who just checks his guard. Does a bit of marking of his territory with his left boot. And then just has a look round the field, sees where the Lancashire fielders have been placed on patrol. I've got a mid-on and a mid-off. I've got a mid-wicket, an extra cover, a backward point, a slip and a gully, and then a deep backward square and a fine leg as Wood comes in again to Rhodes, who crouches down and plays it between the slips and the gully. That should move away for 4. That'll be Will Rhodes' second boundary in the innings. Guides away for 4, just down in front of us here, and the score goes on to 123 for 3. .77 runs is what Warwickshire are in front at the moment. In comes Wood again from the Anderson end, and this time it's going to be byes, I think. 4 of them leg byes. It was a quicker ball played across Will Rhodes that just clipped his pad, and that's the little deflection is what took it past Phil Salt behind the stumps. It was good pace again. He got him really close to the stumps actually that time, did Wood. And the leg bye gave Salt no chance, and it was down to the rope in an instant. 81. Warwickshire are in front now. 127 for 3. Rhodes waits for Wood. He has to dig this one out, does Will Rhodes. So stays on 5. Just the 1 boundary off the bat so far for Will Rhodes. 17 balls he's faced. Yates camped on the popping crease at the non-striker's end. So certainly isn't looking to be scampering through for singles at the moment. As the Lancashire left armour comes in again. Once more Wood defends. 0 for 23 so far. Wood's figures in this second innings for Warwickshire, who are ahead by 81. 127 for 3 is the Warwickshire score. 4 minutes to 3 is the time here in Manchester. I say that because you could be listening to us around the world, and if you are, it's great to have you with us. In comes Wood again, and once more Wood defends. And that's the over complete. 9 runs off it. 127 for 3 is the score. 81 is the difference between the sides.
50 up for Sir Alistair Cook. Essex 76 without loss. Joe Root bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. He's reached a half century, and Hampshire have picked up another wicket. It's Abbas with the wicket. Dom Goodman, the man out. Victory potentially edging a little nearer for Hampshire, because they're 7 down now, Gloucestershire, so 3 wickets away for Hampshire to win. 150 more runs for Gloucestershire. Here comes Parkinson. This is swept by Yates. Only for 1 run. George Bell able to get from square leg to deep backward square leg pretty quickly. 128 for 3. Rhodes back on strike. Still those three fielders close and around the bat. There's a deep mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, backward square leg. Mid-on, which is where that's sent up to by Rhodes, but it's cut out by Bohannon. There's a mid-off and point as well. George Balderson having a little natter to umpire Lloyd. Forward goes Rhodes, and that's played out into the onside. Bohannon fields, and again there's no run. 128 for 3. Parkinson over the wicket. Tossed this one up, met on the full and hit for 4 by Rhodes. Just to the left of mid-on, to the right of short mid-wicket. Along the ground for 4 runs for the Warwickshire captain. He moves to 9. Smacked firmly through that wide mid-on position and down into the boundary rope. 1-3, 2 for 3. Lead is pushed up now to 86. Parkinson to Rhodes. It's nudged away into the onside again. Bohannon fields, and there is no run.
It's the only downside to a very attacking field, isn't it? That there are gaps that you can easily thread the ball through. They've got, what, 1, 2, 3 round the bat. A fairly close mid-wicket as well.
It's turned away to that man. Josh Bohannon, who flicks it up with his left boot. I'll give the ball a polish. It's the end of the over. 21 overs for Parkinson, 1 for 46. And it's 132 for 3. Yates 55. And Rhodes on 9. I mentioned the Gloucestershire-Hampshire game and the Essex-Yorkshire game. Let's have a little look into Division 2, where Worcestershire continue to, it would seem, produce a miraculous recovery and survival in this game. Twice Durham have battered and twice they've declared. 580 for 6 declared and 170 for 1 declared, setting Worcestershire a massive total to win, but they're just trying to bat through the day, and they're doing it superbly. They've not lost a wicket on the final day. They're 206 for 2. With Azhar Ali unbeaten on 81. And Jack Haynes on 85.
Wood to continue from the Anderson end. He bowls a full delivery first up to Yates, who's onto the front foot and defends up to Bohannon at mid-off.
Rushworth 2 for 37, the only wickets to fall, but I think they came last night. It's been wicketless today for Durham. Ben Stokes has bowled 10 overs for 31. And Middlesex are 96 for 1. And they need 274 to beat Sussex, who are looking to take... Well, but perhaps we need to take 9 wickets to win that match because of injuries elsewhere to players.
Wooden again, and it's left alone by Yates this time. No run.
If you missed the news a little earlier on, that Robbie White, the Middlesex batter's taken to hospital, dislocated shoulder, and Shaheen Afridi is by all accounts not feeling well. So whether they have, well, certainly won't have their full complement. They may only have 9 batters. But just lost the 1 wicket so far, and Glamorgan are chasing a further 62 runs to beat Leicestershire with 8 wickets in hand. They're 88 for 2, need 62 more to beat Leicestershire.
Oh, bowled him. Beautiful delivery by Wood. Rob Yates squared up, and the ball castles the stumps. Beautiful delivery that just moved a little bit through the air or off the pitch. And Rob Yates' Herculean effort comes to an end. He has to go for 55. Beautiful delivery, that just what he would have wanted as well, wouldn't what Lancashire were needed, really. 4 down now, Warwickshire, with the score on 132.
It's a super ball, isn't it, from Wood? It's a mammoth effort from Yates. But he's gone for 55. Seen throughout the course of the game, haven't we, that it tends to be actually in the afternoon sessions, thinking about it, both on days 1 and 2. As that one came back in sharp. That's hit his leg stump, I think, middle and leg. Lancashire now have picked up their 3rd wicket of this afternoon session. Started by Parkinson, and then Hassan's stunning Yorker, and then that's an absolute snorter from Luke Wood as well. Yates has gone for 55. It's a terrific knock. 157 deliveries faced. Lead of 86, so looking at 86 for 4 is the score here effectively for Warwickshire. And there's still some work to do. Just keep chipping away at the wickets throughout the course of the afternoon session. Just keeps the game just about alive.
So it's Chris Benjamin who's the new man to replace Rob Yates. A right-handed batter in at number 6. 86 runs is what Warwickshire are ahead of Lancashire at the moment, with 40 minutes or so to go till tea. Will Rhodes, the skipper, alongside him at the non-strikers end. And there's a bit of a committee meeting happening at the non-strikers end at the moment as to what the plan of attack is going to be. Wood just marshalling the troops, setting his field. Looks like we're going to have a mid-on and a mid-off. A couple of slips. A backward point and an extra cover. And then a guy catching on the offside and a square leg. Looks to be the field for Benjamin. And obviously they've got Ali back at fine leg. And it's going to be left arm round the wicket. That's going to be the action for Wood. And the first one's left alone by Benjamin. But that just seemed to have a bit of venom, a bit of pace to it as it thudded into the gloves of Salt.
They've got a chance now, haven't they? Because they've got 2 batters there that a new batters. Rhodes has only got 9 runs. He's faced 24 deliveries, and Benjamin, the new batter, to join him. But I think Davis, Sibley, Yates and Hayne, the 4 that have gone, they just sends Lancashire an opening here, but it's potential reward for how well they bowled in the morning session. I think both sides have bowled really well on this pitch. They've got themselves a slight chance here.
Wood again in. It's a full ball that's defended by Benjamin.
Just watching that replay back of the delivery from Wood. It's just unplayable, isn't it, really? I mean, the pace of Wood and then how sharply that ball has moved back in to breach his defences. So it's an outstanding piece of bowling from Luke Wood.
Last ball of this Wood over then, which Benjamin works into the leg side. He'll steal a run, heat the strike, calls his skipper through. In fact, Will Rhodes gets home comfortably in the end. So an eventful over, that one from Luke Wood. 1 for 24 his figures now from these 9 that he's bowled. 133 for 4 is what Warwickshire find themselves on. That's a lead of 87. We're, what, 30 or so minutes away from tea. And they've been batting for 55 overs second time round.
Here's the replay of the wicket and the celebration from Luke Wood. He enjoyed that. Fist clenched. No wonder he enjoyed it. Every bowler loves to see the ball crashing into the stumps, but the pace and the movement of Wood there that he got and generated. Too much for Yates. Batted well for Warwickshire, trying to make this a relatively comfortable Sunday for them, but it might yet still be an awkward final session. Lancashire know what it takes to win games here. They understand how difficult it is to bowl teams out twice, especially with the time lost in the match. Parkinson to Benjamin. Left and through to the keeper, there's no run. Lead of 87. How much can Benjamin and Rose just keep the scoreboard ticking along? Every run they score, of course, takes that possibility further away from Lancashire. Parkinson in the sunshine in to Benjamin. Played up to extra cover where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
Sun well and truly out now, isn't it, here in Manchester? A lovely sunny Sunday afternoon. Clouds have cleared. A few bits of puffy sky, but that's it.
Benjamin driving away into the offside for no run. There's even a little queue at the ice cream van as well.
Oh, is it back, the ice cream van?
Yes, he's there.
I might have to pay a trip at tea.
Parkinson over the wicket. Forward goes Chris Benjamin.
Get me a sugar rush before my drive down the M6 later. Might have a double flake.
Parkinson to Benjamin, content that that ball's going to turn away, and he just leans into it, offers the pad, checks the bat out the way, the ball does pitch and gently turns past him and taken by Salt. Back with Parkinson to complete the over. He's defended into the offside for no run. 43 remaining today. 133 for 4. Lead of 87 runs. There's the ice cream van. Soft ice cream. And there's your little 99 flake.
Oh, look at that.
No wonder he's happy. Can't wait for that. Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes, 9 not out, with Benjamin alongside him. We've seen one fiery spell from Hassan Ali, and we're in the middle of enjoying another one from Luke Wood, who's tearing in and giving it all he's got, looking for more wickets.
And it's going to be the Warwickshire captain Will Rhodes on strike. The left-handed batter prepares himself for this first delivery, which is dug out by Rhodes from Wood, so a dot to start the over. .87 in front, the Bears are. So yeah, just half an hour or so to go till tea. Fascinating little chapter of this match potentially coming up here. And once again is Wood, and once more Rhodes defends, and Wood does the fielding off his own bowling. Ball getting tossed between the fielders to make its way back to Wood. Currently with the skipper Dane Villas, who gives it a polish at mid-off before throwing it back to Wood. And the left armour is in again from the Anderson end, and that's left alone this time by Rhodes. Goes through to Wood, goes through to Salt, the keeper, off the bowling from Wood for no run. Will Rhodes in this new role at number 5. He did come in at number 3 last season, but has moved down the order with the arrival of Alex Davis at the top of the order. He opens the batting as Woods once more in, and once again it's just nudged into the leg side by Rhodes for no run. So last season it was Yates and Sibley that opened up, with Rhodes at number 3. Sam Hayne has stayed at number 4. Rhodes has moved down to number 5. Yates to number 3 to allow Davis to open up with Dom Sibley. 4 balls gone in this 57th over from Wood. 4 dots so far. And Rhodes prepares himself again, and this one is a full delivery that's defended by the Warwickshire skipper. And it's Hassan Ali that does the fielding. Coming in from fine leg. A really lovely, warm, sunny Sunday afternoon here at Old Trafford. Good afternoon's cricket as well. 6 second innings wickets remain for Warwickshire. They're 87 ahead. 25 or so minutes to tea. As Wood comes in again. A drive by Rose that he doesn't time. So it's fielded by Croft. And that's a maiden for Wood. His figures stay on 1 for 24. Warwickshire remain 87 ahead on 133 for 4.
Middlesex batters Sam Robson and Peter Hanscom have taken the Middlesex total up to 104 for 1. Half century for Robson. Middlesex only have 9 batters due to injury and illness. And the Sussex declaration came about. They've only picked up the 1 wicket so far. Here's Parkinson to Benjamin, who's forward in defence, and there's no run.
So you're right there, do you think, Croft? Yeah, just get him back to his feet. He's under the helmet at silly point.
Kind of landed on the pitch, didn't he?
And he's, I think, just explaining his workings to Phil Salt behind the stumps there as to what quite went on.
Parkinson in, and Benjamin onto the front foot, pulls the bat up away, and ball taken by Salt. Fair old lengthy spell this from the Statham end. 23rd over for Parkinson. Just too far down the leg side, and it's swept down towards the boundary. Come back for 2.
I don't think he's had an over off since he came on, has he, Parkinson? I think he's been ever present at this Statham end since he was tossed the ball midway through the morning session. So that 55 overs he bowled earlier in the season may be being repeated.
In comes Parkinson to Benjamin. It's driven to Bailey at mid-off, and there's no run.
He's into his 23rd over now. There's still plenty of bowling to do yet. 6 second innings wickets needed for Lancashire.
What's it from here, does Benjamin? Just clipping it up towards wide mid-on. Takes him to 4. 136 for 4.
And once again, Parkinson's going to go round the wicket, it would seem, to the left-handed Rhodes. He looked much more threatening coming round the wicket. And Lancashire need to be getting men out, so I think this is a good move.
Yep, in again. Is that caught down at leg slip? It is. Rhodes is gone. Parkinson gets another one. 5 down now. 90 in front. Parkinson picks up his 2nd wicket. That of the Warwickshire captain. Little edge and a good take by Keaton Jennings at leg slip, tumbling away to his right-hand side. Keeping this game interesting here. Wickets this afternoon. We've now had 4 of them. It's Parkinson bowling that around the wicket. And that little deflection into the hands of Keaton Jennings. 136 for 5. Lead by 90.
Lovely delivery that by Parkinson. Making sure it lands in that rough. Just did enough to catch the toe of the Warwickshire captain's bat. And that's all it needed to be, really. Lots of revs on the ball. A really good catch by Keaton Jennings. Saw it very late at leg slip and got a helmet on as well, so meaning his visibility will be not as clear as it would be in a cap, but took it first time. Really good safe pair of hands from the Lancashire opener. It is starting to get interesting now. Just 90 in front of Warwickshire. We've still got just over 20 minutes to go until tea. And the wicketkeeper Burgess joins Benjamin in the middle, coming in at number 7. Still a bit of batting to come after this. McAndrew can bat a bit. He'll be in the fall of the next wicket at number 8. But then you are into the bowlers after that. Danny Briggs scheduled to come in at number 9. Then Miles and Hannon Dalby. Here's Wood. Starting a new over from the Anderson end. A full delivery outside the off stump, which Benjamin lets go through to Salt. They've gone on the attack once more in the Lancashire, as the Lancashire side have in the Manchester Sunshine. Got 2 slips in. Got a backward point. A fairly close this extra cover. Mid on, mid off. A guy catching as well on that offside, and a square leg. And a mid on with a fine leg. That's where Parkinson's taking a breather. Left arm over the wicket. Comes Wood once more. Once again, Benjamin leaves that alone, and once more the noise level has just creeped up a bit here at Old Trafford, particularly behind the slips. Lots of applause coming from behind the wicket.
You need to be careful. That Benjamin Wood here will be to the right hand up, just trying to get that ball to slant away, and then just get one to try and straighten or hold its line.
Continuing to come round the wicket is Wood from the Anderson end, and once more Benjamin lets that one go by outside off stump. Wood moving back to his mark. Benjamin just stepping away for a second, collecting his thoughts. Is Chris Benjamin. Still the 2 slips in place for Lancashire. As the ball gets back to Wood. 1 for 24 are his figures so far off 10.3 overs. Wood in again. Left arm round the wicket. And this time there will be runs. Benjamin works us into the leg side. Probably 2. Yes, they're coming back for a second. Parkinson doing the fielding at fine leg. But they get back for a second fairly easily in the end. So Benjamin stays on strike. The score moves on to 138 for 5. So that lead just creeps up to 92. 20 minutes to go until tea. Five wickets for Lancashire to take, and then they've got to knock off the runs if they want to win the match. Wood again in. Benjamin waits and plays that into the offside with a defensive stroke. It's Bailey that does the fielding. Close in on the offside. Lots of warmth out there now. But Lancashire have been good since lunch. Dried up the runs, applied the pressure, and they've got their rewards. At lunch, Warwickshire were 85 for 1. Lancashire have turned that into 138 for 5 since then. Straight a 1, this time by Wood, which is once more defended on the front foot by Benjamin. So they really have dried up the runs, and they've got the wickets as well. That's the end of the 59th over, 138 for 5 the score. Benjamin and Burgess, the 2 not out batsmen. Benjamin there on 6. Burgess currently on 0, hasn't faced the ball yet. And Parkinson is going to continue from this Statham end with 2 right-handed batters at the crease now. It's going to be a change of angle for Parkinson as he switches from right arm round to right arm over the wicket. Guy in under the helmet, very, very close indeed on the leg side, right in the eye line of the batter as Parkinson collects his thoughts, delivers the ball now. It's a straight one which is worked into the offside by Burgess, so survives his first ball. Hassan Ali doing the fielding there. As Parkinson steadies himself. And he comes in again. And once again, straight ball that's a bit fuller. But it's dealt with by Burgess and works that into the leg side. Another dot in the book. The mid-wicket does the fielding. It's the captain, Dane Villas. He'll be pleased with his troops' work since lunch. And Parkinson comes in again. Again, a straight one, which is defended by Burgess. Just sitting in here at the moment, Warwickshire. Just over 15 minutes to go till tea. And Parkinson with his tail up. 2 for 49 so far into his 24th over. And he's bowled him. A beautiful delivery that by Matt Parkinson. It pitched on leg stump and moved in. Burgess goes for a duck. Didn't really have the answer there. Looked a little bit all at sea. It just clips the middle stump on the way through. Parkinson gets another one. 138 for 6 now, Warwickshire.
Well, we suggested the little extra factor, the X factor that Lancashire have got with Parkinson. And that's an absolute beauty again. It's a lovely piece of leg spin bowling from Matt Parkinson. He'll have absolutely loved that. And it's 6 down now. Lead of 92 and 4 wickets remaining. Just bringing the batter forward, the ball pitching and turning past and clattering into the stumps. Lovely piece of bowling. And Parkinson with his 3rd. And the afternoon just starts to take on a different feel now. At lunch it looked like it was drifting towards an inevitable conclusion, but 5 wickets this afternoon. Parkinson with his leg spin from one end and the accuracy and the hostility and pace of Hassan Ali and Luke Wood from the other has seen Lancashire take 5 wickets after lunch and have given themselves a real chance here of trying to put some pressure and perhaps even try and win the game a little later on.
That was an absolutely beautiful delivery by Matt Parkinson. It pitched, yes, it caught Burgess's pad on the way through, but it just kissed the bail enough to dislodge it. And Lancashire are in the box seat now. 4 more wickets needed, and then they should still have time to knock the runs off. And it's Danny Briggs that comes in at number 8. Just checks his guard. Does the spinner. He's got company around the bat as well. Men under the lid on both sides. He's got Keaton Jennings as well at slip. As Parkinson comes in now. And that's one down the leg side that's left alone by Burgess. Sorry, by Briggs. Slight change in the field as well. Dane Villas, the captain, comes in close on the offside. This one's played towards the offside by Briggs, so he sees out the rest of that over. It's a wicket maiden for Parkinson. He's got 3 wickets now. 3 for 49, his figures. 138 for 6. Warwickshire find themselves 92 ahead.
Just take a look at that game involving Lancashire women and Yorkshire. This is in the Women's County T20 final. Yorkshire are 35 for 3 after 7 overs. Alex Hartley with 1 wicket and 2 for Emma Lamb. Lancashire taking on Yorkshire in this final, and Yorkshire batting first, 35 for 3 after 7. Wood to continue from the Jimmy Anderson end. 2 short extra covers in place around the wicket bowling, and Benjamin off the back foot plays the ball out towards deep backward point and gets through for a single to bring the new batter Danny Briggs on strike. Lots of things to keep an eye on here as we edge towards tea. Overs left in the day. the lead for Warwickshire. Wickets left in as well. 4 remaining, 93 in front, 38 left in the day. And what a day it's turned into. As predicted by the BBC weather staff, it is beautiful. Blue sky and sunshine. Wood in, bowls to Briggs, who defends. Brings the bat down and pushes it away into the offside. Bailey fields and there's no run.
Yeah. Costa down Manchester out there now, isn't it? It's beautiful. I could believe it that if Anthony said he got sunburned today. It is a scorcher out there.
Two slips, backward point, point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg. Wood in, bowls, and Briggs plays and misses. And through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, a bit of a play and a miss there by Warwickshire's number 8. Bit of a nothing shot as well, really, but he got away with it. Still the 2 slips in place for Lancashire. Wells and Jennings are in the slip cord and alongside Phil Salt, the wicket keeper. Wood continuing his left arm round the wicket approach. And this one dug out by Briggs, who plays it to Bohannon for no run. Ten minutes to go until tea. Lancashire are 93 in front. Once again, Wood at the end of his mark. In now and bowls, and Briggs ducks underneath this one. The bouncer brought out the locker by Wood. But it's dealt with well by the Warwickshire man, who just wanders up the pitch and does a bit of gardening. Checks his bat as well, gives it an inspection before getting ready to face the next delivery. And Wood now from the Anderson end is in and he bowls. It's a full delivery. It's just knocked into the offside by Wood. That will complete the over. We're 10 minutes away from tea. And Warwickshire find themselves 93 in front here at Old Trafford on 139 for 6. The 2 batsmen in the middle not out is Benjamin on 7 off 21 balls. Alongside him, Danny Briggs has faced 7 balls without scoring. And once more, it's going to be Parkinson to continue. Hands his sweater to the umpire and is deep in chat with Dane Villas down in front of us. You would think they're going to continue on the attack here, Lancashire, with just under 10 minutes to go until tea.
Yeah, big conversations between the captain and the bowler. Got Benjamin on 7. Who's he going to have positioned around the bat? There's Parkinson fancy here. Well, Keaton Jennings is going to shuffle in, close in. He's removed his cap and put the helmet on. So there's a silly point. Forward short leg and a slip. Short extra cover. Short mid wicket. Mid on, mid off. A deep backward square leg. And deep backward point. For Parkinson to Benjamin at 139 for 6. And he's in bowling. And he's getting onto the front foot. And he's pushing the ball away into the offside. And there is no run. Broaching tea on the last day. Parkinson 3 for 49. In again. Forward once more.
Just wonder if Villas here might turn to Hassan Ali or Bailey just for a quick squirt before tea. If they could get one more of those Warwickshire wickets this side of the break, then they really could be in business in that final session. This We shall wait and see.
Parkinson in, forward again goes Benjamin. Worked away into the offside, no run. But Bailey's bowled 11 overs, 1 for 20, but I don't think we've seen him since the morning session.
Did he not open up after lunch from the far end?
Maybe he did, yeah, maybe he did. Hassan, 14 overs, 1 for 36. Benjamin attempts to sweep this delivery from Parkinson. Ball deflects into the offside. Keaton Jennings underneath the helmet, close in. He's there to scoop up the ball. Parkinson wants his 2 men out in the deep to come up. It's a deep backward square leg. And deep extra cover, all inside now. They've all closed in, so nobody out on the boundary rope. Actually, Bailey is just warming up at mid-on. Parkinson in. Benjamin just leans onto the front foot. Doesn't offer a shot. Keeps the bat away. Ball past the pad and into the gloves of Salt.
Yeah, we've got Hassan Ali and Bailey just in front of us here, haven't we, at mid-on and mid-off. And Bailey's definitely doing some warm-ups there.
Benjamin going back and defending this next delivery. Keeping it out. End of the over. Will we see a little change from that Anderson, Emerson, and Hassan Ali and Luke Wood, with 2 quite spicy spells at the back end of the afternoon session under blue skies in Manchester. At 139 for 6, 37 overs left today. Lead of 93. Benjamin 7, Briggs on 0. And it will be a Tom Bailey spell before tea.
I think this is canny captaincy from Dane Villas. He's got Danny Briggs on 0. And you could have gone with Ali or you could have gone with Bailey. I think either or were going to cause Briggs some trouble. But he's gone with Bailey, so it's going to be right arm over that Briggs has to deal with from the Anderson end. Bailey in, and this first ball's let go by Briggs, so good positive start from Warwickshire's number 8. And Benjamin just wanders down, does a bit of gardening, maybe trying to waste a bit of time. I think they're going to struggle to make this one be the last over before tea. 93 runs. That's what Warwickshire lead by. 25 to 4. So 5 minutes to go till the tea break. In comes Bailey again. It's a fuller ball. Once again, though, left alone by Briggs. That line not troubling the off stump of Warwickshire's spinner. There's 2 slips in place. Croft and Wells are occupying the slip cordon. Keaton Jennings is at backward point. It's a fairly wide extra cover. A mid-on, a mid-off, a mid-wicket and a square leg. And then you've got Matt Parkinson down on the fine leg boundary. Bailey steadies himself and comes in again. A full ball that's driven through the offside, and it should be 4 runs. It was a bit of a full toss, that, by Bailey, and it's been given the treatment by Danny Briggs. So he gets his first runs of the innings. 4 runs, a lovely drive through extra cover, and moves the Warwickshire score on to 143 for 6. Yeah, full toss. Couldn't quite be cut off by the fielder, extra cover, and it skates away on this outfield. 4 minutes to go until tea. 97 runs is what Warwickshire are ahead. Bailey in once more. How will he respond? A straighter ball, fuller in length as well. That's dug out well by Briggs. But Hannon does the fielding on the leg side.
Wickets today of Alex Davis for 10. Caught by Keaton Jennings off the bowling of Tom Bailey. Tom Sibley for 41. Caught Salt, bowled Parkinson. Rob Yates for 56. Bowled by Luke Wood.
Briggs waits once more for Bailey to bowl. In closer to the stumps this time. Was that delivery from Bailey, and it's defended into the offside by Briggs for no run.
Sam Hain was LBW to Hassan Ali for 6. Will Rose caught by Keaton Jennings off Parkinson for 9. And Michael Burgess was bowled by Matt Parkinson for 0.
Last ball then of the Bailey over. Just the 4 runs off it so far, that boundary, and it will be a dot to finish as it's just moved into the leg side by Briggs. The umpire calls over. I think we'll have time for one more before tea. But a good spell, or a good burst I should say, that 1 over by Bailey. Just trying something a little bit different there with Dane Villas. But Briggs did very well to score that boundary and keep the rest of those balls out. So Warwickshire on 143 for 6, then 97 ahead, and 2 not out batsmen are Briggs on 4 and Benjamin on 7. And on the stroke of tea, we've got another over of leg spin to come.
Gloucestershire are 8 down in their match in Southampton, 247 for 8, 121 more runs for them, but Hampshire need now 2 wickets to secure a victory against Gloucestershire. Unbeaten century partnership between Nick Brown and Alistair Cook for Essex, who were 114 without loss, lead Yorkshire by 52. Parkinson to Benjamin. That's driven through the offside for a single. And Benjamin moves to 8. And the score to 144 for 6. Gets Briggs on strike. Takes guard from the umpire, and there's 3 all around him, plus the keeper, all staring at Briggs as Parkinson's in. Tap back down the pitch and gathered by Parkinson off his own bowling. Three for 50 from 25 overs. In again, Parkinson, a little bit flatter this time, crunched away off the back foot. And it's Bohannon who can field that extra cover, and there's no run. Lancashire have maintained the pressure throughout the course of this final day. They've created chances, they've taken the chances. Briggs forward in defence. Back just in front of the pad and bouncing out towards Stephen Croft. Parkinson fancies another one around the bat. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of slips now, 2 slips. Four all around the batter. Here's Parkinson in. Left by Briggs. May have just been the one that went straight on from Parkinson. As the keeper, Phil Salt, crouching down, the 2 slip fielders. All had a good sight of that. Final ball of the over. It's Parkinson for Lancashire bowls. And Briggs just onto that front foot, pulls the bat away and allows it to go through to Phil Salt, and that will be tea on the final day. Lancashire, throughout the course of today with the ball, are doing all they possibly can with the time lost in the match on a good pitch at Emirates Old Trafford to give themselves to the possibility here of trying to win the match. High fives from the Lancashire players, understandably and thoroughly deserved as well. Having picked up 5 wickets since lunch, with Warwickshire 144 for 6. We've got 35 overs left today. Warwickshire lead by 98 with 4 wickets remaining. It's 144 for 6. Benjamin 8, Briggs on 4. And as the players make their way off the field, we'll be back in around about 20 minutes.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? UA92 is game-changing, created to accelerate careers in business, media and sport. Much more than a qualification, it's a personal development journey that prepares you for life. Become your best and connect with the best. With placements, with major players. Sparked from the minds of the class of '92. Their tradition of dreaming big. And inspired by the commitment to passion, preparedness, ambition and youth. So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA92.
Hi, I'm Keaton Jennings, a batter at Lancashire Cricket Club, and we are here on the sportsbreak.com terrace at Emirates Old Trafford. And as you can see behind me, we're really close to the pitch. We've got sofas, park benches, and a lovely bar in the corner. Emirates Old Trafford will be absolutely bouncing during every game day, so come down with sportsbreak.com and enjoy your day.
Well, the evening session is about to get underway on this final day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire here at Emirates Old Trafford. Here come the Warwickshire not-out batters, Danny Briggs and Chris Benjamin. Briggs sits 4 not out, Benjamin 8 not out. 144 for 6 is the Warwickshire second innings score. They lead Lancashire by 98. An intriguing session of cricket to come. It looks like it's going to be Hassan Ali to open proceedings after tea from the Anderson end. It's going to be Benjamin that's on strike. 1 for 36. That's the figures so far for Ali off his 14 overs, including 4 maidens. He has bowled superbly well as the Pakistan overseas player. Really been very impressed with him. It's a lovely warm afternoon here in Manchester. Lots of people here enjoying their Sunday afternoon in the sunshine. And it's going to be Ali to get us going after tea from the Anderson end. Right arm over. That's play back by Benjamin first up, so a dot to kick things off after tea. Be interesting to see if Parkinson continues from the Statham end. We'll find out in the next over, but from when the ball was tossed to him at this end midway through the morning session, he's bowled 26 overs without a break. Been very, very good as well. But it's Ali that Benjamin has to have at the front of his mind at the moment as the right-handed batter waits, and that's probably going to be a wide. It is signalled by the umpire. Tried to do a bit too much with that one, just lost his footing as well as he came in, did Ali. So another 1 to the score, another ball that will need to be bowled.
Was it just a 1 over from Bailey before tea?
It was.
Just came back in for 1.
Don't mind that.
No, absolutely not.
Dane Villas saying, go on son, give me all you've got. And here comes Ali again. Benjamin crouching down, waits for him. Oh, and a bit of a miscued shot that, but there will be runs. Probably just the 1 though. They're going to come back for a second. That's good running actually between these two. Sort of played it between his legs there, did Benjamin. Down towards fine leg where Parkinson does the fielding. So 3 runs off this first over. Ali's got 2 slips. A man out on the 3rd boundary, a fine leg, a deep backward square, a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off and an extra cover. So an attacking field once more from Lancashire after tea, as Benjamin leaves this one alone and it flies through off the bowling of Ali to Salt behind the wickets. Words of encouragement there from Phil Salt. Dane Villas will be thinking, if I can get 1 here, we have a real chance. 101 in front now, Warwickshire. Benjamin on 10. Briggs alongside him, 4 not out. Benjamin taps his bat and stands and waits. And it's a forward defensive shot into the offside. Quite solid, that.
That's a big bang, wasn't it?
I was going to say, what was that?
Absolutely no idea.
Everyone pauses for a moment and points at something.
Yeah. That's a fair old rattle, wasn't it? Hope everything's okay.
We'll keep you posted on that one. But certainly the slips and the wicketkeeper turned around and pointed at something. Ali in again now from the Anderson end. Right arm over. Struck on the pad. Half an appeal, but it was too high and going down the leg side. 1 ball to go in this first over after tea. We're just being shown something on the big screen here.
Well, that's one of the panes of glass across the where the written press are. You can see the members of the written press. Is that shattered? Is that glass that's shattered? I presume it must be.
Certainly looks like it. Is that like a red sort of rose that runs through it or something? We'll have a look again at the end of the over. And Ali's in. And Benjamin is driving and gets the single, so he'll keep the strike. 1 run off the final over. That final ball of the over, so 147 becomes 148 for 6. 65 overs bowled. Benjamin will keep the strike on 11. Briggs alongside him on 4. 102 is the difference between the sides. And it is going to be Parkinson to continue from this Statham end.
Yep, it is. He bowled through the afternoon, and he's going to start again this evening. 3 wickets for him in the afternoon session. 1 for Hassan Ali, 1 for Luke Wood. And 5 wickets in that excellent afternoon session for Lancashire. Keeping the game intriguing here. A lead of 102. There's Parkinson in. Oh, is that edged? It is. It's gone past Salt. It's gone past Wells. It's down towards the boundary. And they've come back, I think, there for 2. No, correction, they've run 3. Sorry, they've run 3. 1-5, 1 for 6. The lead moves up to 105. The edge sneaking through. To the frustration of Parkinson, who's got 3 wickets today. He's in again, bowling. Forward goes Briggs. He's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Three in around the batter. As Parkinson's over the wicket. Briggs goes back, he lifts the bat away. Through to Phil Salt, and there is no run. In once more, forward goes Briggs. That's defended back down the ground. Croft leaping low to his right to stop it, and then hands it back to Parkinson. Spins the ball from one hand to the other again. In to Briggs, who's defending to the onside this time, and there's no run. Chance created with the first ball of this Parkinson over that edge, which went through, well, past the keeper and past Wells. Would have been the perfect start. First ball after tee sent down from Parkinson. Second slip in place. And just cautiously onto that front foot Briggs, and making sure the ball doesn't creep in between his defences. And that completes the over. 151 for 6, a lead of 105. 33 overs left. That's part of the equation. That's a significant part of the equation for Warwickshire to try and negotiate as many of those overs as possible. The lead is over 3 figures as well now. It's 105 with 33 overs left, and still Lancashire needing 4 more wickets before they can even have the possibility of trying to chase something down.
But attack, I think, is going to be the order of the day for Lancashire. Definitely can't lose it from here. And it's going to be Ali to continue from the Anderson end. Right arm over. Benjamin on strike. Struck on the pad. Appeal for LBW, but it was going down the leg side. It will be a leg bye to add to the total. Brings Briggs onto strike. Moves the score on to 152 for 6. And extends the Bears' lead to 106. Danny Briggs, 4 not out. Played a lovely drive just before tea to get those 4 runs. Hassan Ali just polishing the ball on his trousers, collecting his thoughts, and starts his run in now. In he comes. It's a good ball, that, as well. It pitches, it straightens. But it was wide of the off stump.
Not far wide.
And Phil Salt cannot believe that that did not take the off stump with it. It was a beautiful delivery by Hassan Ali.
I mean, Salt's taken it, perhaps slightly exaggerated, a little bit of chronology, but he's certainly taken it to his left. The ball has tailed back in. And Hassan was down on his knees as well. Too far away from Danny Briggs' off stump.
Giving it plenty as Ali. In again. That's a lovely shot, though, by Briggs this time. Times the pants off that one. Flies away through backward point for 4. Lovely shot, that, by the Warwickshire spinner. Adds 4 to the total, moves him on to 8. And the Bears move on to 156 for 6.
Important runs, all these. I mean, if you can put shots like that away, happy days. But aside from the boundaries, just trying to keep the scoreboard ticking along. It pushes away the prospect of Lancashire trying to win the match here. If they can continue just to keep rotating the strike, keep ticking over.
How will Ali respond? It's one down the leg side, which Briggs leaves alone, and Salt takes diving away to his left. 110 is what Warwickshire lead by. There's 32 and a bit overs left in the match. The light's good.
Light's tremendous, isn't it? Best it's been all day by a mile. It's a lovely into the evening, or to the afternoon rather.
Ali in again. Briggs moves back in his crease to work this one into the leg side. It's Jennings under the lid doing the fielding there. No run. Trying to communicate something with his arms is the opener for Lancashire. Not quite sure what. The score stays on 156 for 6. Last ball of this over coming up for Hassan Ali. Briggs taps his bat and waits, and it's a good bit of fielding that by Jennings. It was hit at pace into the leg side by Briggs, but Jennings, with the shin pads on, takes one for the team. Another dot in the book. 156 for 6. Then Warwickshire. 67 overs this Warwickshire second innings has been so far. Benjamin and Briggs, the two not out batsmen, on 14 and 8 respectively. They lead by 110. There's 32 overs left to be bowled in the match. And Matt Parkinson is going to continue from this Statham end.
He is. He got the edge from his previous on the first ball of his first over. Got a second slip in there as well. I'm not surprised. Can Parkinson find another one in a bowling to Benjamin? It's played up into the offside, and there is no run. So there's Luke Wells and Dane Villas at first and second slip. Parkinson in bowls again. Forward goes Benjamin. Just worked out to the onside.
Plenty of company for Benjamin around the bat. Like you say, he's got 2 slips, 2 catching either side, and a wicket-keeper chirping in his ear.
Fisting again. Forward he goes in defence, and there's no run.
Mid-on and a mid-off. Fairly close, this extra cover. Then a fine leg. And a fairly squarish third, about 10 or so metres in from the boundary rope.
Leg slip as well. Croft has just gone from in front of the batter to behind him at leg slip. Tip to sweep. Now that's gone over the keeper's left shoulder, down towards the boundary. Wells is stomping after it. and flicks the ball back. Excellent work. Saved a run for his team. And there was bat on that as well. Parkinson with his hands on his hips. The sweep came in, it ballooned up over the keeper's left shoulder. It's gone in between the slip and the leg slip, and now Parkinson wants Croft to come from leg slip back in front of the batter, close in on the offside there.
Well, that previous ball Parkinson bowled to Benjamin, he came round the wicket for that one, which is why I think they changed the field, but he's gone back to over, so the leg slip has come back onto the offside now. Little tinkering with the field here and there.
Into Briggs. Into the front foot and defends. Pushed out into the offside, there's no run. 159 for 6, lead of 113. With 31 overs left. After this delivery to be sent down by Parkinson. Briggs going back. It's worked up towards mid-on for a single. And he keeps the strike as well. Briggs moves on to 9. 160 for 6. Lead of 114 runs. 31 overs remaining in the day.
What's making you smirk?
Just being here is always making me smile.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, well, type of place it is. And the sun's shining, of course, that always helps.
Certainly does. Well, I think Hassan Ali is going to continue. Yes, he is. He's bowled a good spell after tea so far from that Anderson end. Just the one slip though now. That's Luke Wells. Jennings is in under the lid. Close in on the leg side. It's going to be right arm over. It's Briggs on strike. It's a straight ball and Briggs will be able to sneak a single here and get up the non-striker's end. Benjamin gets on to strike. So Briggs moves on to 10. Warwickshire on to 161 for 6. That's 115 in front. Field's going to change now for Benjamin. And that's Parkinson dropped back onto the third boundary. Extra cover, a mid-on, a mid-off, and a mid-wicket. Here comes Hassan Ali. Oh, and he tried to pull that, did Benjamin, but just did not time it at all and played it straight into the ground. It sat up nicely for him, actually, but he just couldn't make the connection, could Benjamin. And so Jennings comes in and does the fielding. Deep square leg in place at the moment. About 15 or so metres in from the boundary. Like I say, a mid-on and a mid-off, a mid-wicket. Just the one slip. So a semi-attacking field, you'd say, for Lancashire. Here comes Ali. It's much straighter, fuller ball, that one, that's defended on the front foot by Benjamin. And what's the ball now? 68 and a bit overs old, so you can see why they're switching to the field that they've put in place at the moment. Still a bit of time to go until the second new ball. Ali just thinking about a change in the field here, but decides against it. Benjamin now is in. So Ali is into Benjamin, who's forward and defends. For no run. Croft does the fielding, coming in from extra cover. 161 for 6. That's Warwickshire's second innings score at the moment. They're 115 ahead on this final day of this county championship match between Lancashire and Warwickshire. Adam Pinder-Smith and Scott Reed are your commentators through to the close tonight. It's Benjamin that's on strike. 17 not out. Oh, and he's struck on the pad. He falls over as well. I think that was going down the leg side. The umpire is unmoved. All the fielders went up around him. Benjamin just walks away, allows himself to collect his thoughts. It was struck right on the toe, that of Benjamin. Ali with a real full swinging delivery, still getting the ball to talk. Even at this stage of the innings, just watching a replay now, yeah, it was going miles down the leg side. Despite Hassan Ali's pleads for the umpire's finger to be raised, I don't think it would have hit a second set of stumps alongside it. Last ball of the over then for Ali. In he comes, and this one is played off the back foot. Lovely cut shot by Benjamin. Balderson doing the fielding at backward point, so a dot to finish, just the one run from it. 69 overs complete in this Warwickshire second innings. 161 for 6. That's the score at the moment. 115 ahead of the Bears. Jake Lintott, the 12th man, jogging out to the middle, bringing something on for someone. Set of gloves, perhaps. Danny Briggs is 10 not out. Benjamin alongside him on 17. You're listening to ball-by-ball coverage of Lancashire against Warwickshire, live from the Emirates Old Trafford in the Manchester sunshine. We're on the BBC Sport website and app, and if you're enjoying the pictures as well, it's great to have you with us as Parkinson starts a new over, I should say, from the Statham end. It's defended by Briggs off the back foot, so a dot to start. 29 overs to go in the match. Plenty of company around the bat for Briggs as Parkinson's in, bowls a straight one. That's knocked into the leg side, should just be one, and they're going to come back for a second actually, so good running there by the Warwickshire pair. Moves the score on to 163 for 6. Briggs moves on to 12. Benjamin has 17 at the non-striker's end. Parkinson with figures so far in this innings of 3 for 59. Steadies himself and continues, and that one's let go by Briggs. This right arm over action to the two right-handed batters is the plan of attack at the moment for the leg spinner. And 117 Warwickshire find themselves in front now as Parkinson's in again. A straighter one that's defended on the back foot by Danny Briggs. 12 not out. A couple of glorious shots as well to the boundary. A couple of fours off Parkinson and Ali. Will have been a real collector's item. Briggs in again. So Parkinson in again to Briggs. It's let go through to the keeper. Couple of slips. Couple of people in under the helmet. Although Croft, I think, is going to go into leg slip now. Yes, he is. Because Parkinson's coming round the wicket to complete the over. So a different line of attack for Danny Briggs to think about. He sits on 12 not out. Here comes Parkinson, and that's padded away because it pitches outside the leg stump. Sensible cricket that from Danny Briggs to end the over, just padding that one safely away. So 70 overs have been bowled in this second innings for Warwickshire. They're 163 for 6. With Benjamin and Briggs, the two not out batsmen, 17 and 12 respectively. They're 117 ahead at the moment, the Bears, and there's 29 overs left in the match.
Gloucestershire are 8 down in Southampton, the 255 for 8 in their second innings. Well, they're 113 runs away from victory, but the Gloucester boys, 2 wickets left to try and see if they can bat through the final session. Hampshire need 2 more wickets to win. And Worcestershire's rearguard against Durham continues. They have lost a wicket, but they're 242 for 3. Trying to bat through the day there. Hassan Ali in and bowling, another full-length ball which actually squirted down to fine leg by Benjamin. He brings his bat down and comes off the toe end of it down towards Parkinson. May have gone through his legs. I think we saw that with the when Dane Villas was batting the other day. And score ticks along to 164 for 6. So Worcestershire 3 down. Still got 7 wickets to play with as they try and secure a draw. Middlesex are batting for a draw at Sussex as well, 179 for 1. And they needed further 191 runs for a victory. Driven by Briggs to mid-off, but for no run. Glamorgan need 1 more run to beat Leicestershire. And they've got 6 wickets in hand, so Glamorgan about to beat Leicestershire in Cardiff. And the only other game I've not told you about is the Division 1 fixture between Essex and Yorkshire, where Sir Alistair Cook's unbeaten on 85 and Nick Brown on 39. Essex are 138 without loss. In their second innings, lead Yorkshire by 76. Hassan Ali bowls. It's short and it's flicked down towards the third-man boundary by Briggs. A pretty safe shot because there's only one slip in place. Plenty of fielders in front of the batter on the on and offside, and he was pretty content just to lean back and flash it down towards that third-man boundary. And there's 4 runs. Briggs moves up to 16. The lead moves on to 122. It's Hassan. He's in again. Briggs drives, and drives beautifully for 4 runs. Crunched away out towards deep backward point. Successive boundaries for Briggs. Up to 20 now to him. 172 for 6. It's a lead of 126.
Back-to-back boundaries for Danny Briggs there. Hassan Ali's been bowling really well so far today, but hasn't quite got his line right in this over. He's sent the man back to the 3rd boundary now. He's right on the fence, just the 1 slip as well. Keaton Jennings is still under the lid on the leg side.
Hassan over the wicket, bowls. And he shapes to work it into the onside, just deflects off the pad. Out towards mid-wicket, there's no run. Just a little update for you. Lancashire women been set 84 to win the county T20 final. Georgie Boyce and Emma Lamb are walking out to bat. 5 wickets for Emma Lamb today. 4 overs, 5 for 5. Lancashire are playing Yorkshire in the county T20 final. Need 84 to win. Hassan to Briggs, flicked away down to Parkinson. Gets through for a single. And Briggs moves to 22, and that's the end of the over. He'll be on strike for presumably Parkinson again from the Statham end. 173 for 6. A lead of 127. 28 overs remaining in the day.
News from Birmingham's Edgbaston Community Sports Ground, where the final of the T20 Blast for the Birmingham Bears women has just got underway. They're playing Somerset, who came past Cricket Wales in the other semi-final. Of course, the Bears beat Gloucestershire by 7 wickets in the first semi-final. So the toss has been made. The Bears women won the toss and chose to field. At the end of the first over, Somerset find themselves 11 for 1. With Wong getting a wicket, Davis taking the catch. So 11 for 1 Somerset are in that final. We'll keep a close eye on that. What's happening in Birmingham? Here in Manchester, it is going to be Parkinson to continue from the Statham end. It is Briggs on strike, and Parkinson bowls right arm over the wicket for no run. Briggs forward and defends that one. Bit of polishing being done by Joss Bohannon at extra cover. So there's 2 slips, 2 catching either side, in particularly close. And a straight one is defended this time by Briggs. And Parkinson trudges back towards his mark. So yes, he's got two in the slips, a catcher either side, a mid-on and a mid-off, a backward point, an extra cover. As Parkinson comes in again, and this is a fuller ball. A bit of a play and a miss and a half appeal by Keaton Jennings at first slip, but the umpire's having none of it. A fine leg, a mid-on and a mid-off. An extra cover. 4 plus the wicket-keeper is a 5th around the bat, so there's plenty of company for Briggs as Parkinson bowls a straight one The pitch is on off stump and then spins out towards first slip, so no run there. 173 for 6 the score remains. Briggs 21 not out. Parkinson in again now from the Statham end, one that pitches on the leg stump this time and is defended on the front foot by Briggs. A bit more polishing being done in the field by Keaton Jennings. 1 ball to go in this Parkinson over. He's in. It's a straight one that's defended this time off the back foot by Danny Briggs. Good over that though, Parkinson bowled there. A maiden as well, so his figures remain in this second innings, 3 for 59. There's 27 overs left in the match. 173 for 6 Warwickshire find themselves. Nearly an hour since tea. Oh, sorry, half an hour been played since tea. Benjamin is on 18. Briggs alongside him, 21 not out. They're 127 runs ahead. And what's turned into a very warm afternoon this Sunday afternoon at Emirates Old Trafford. And there's a change of bowling from the Anderson end. Hassan Ali been brought out of the attack. Didn't quite get it right in the last over, so that may have forced Dane Villas his hand. And it's going to be Luke Wood to replace Hassan Ali at the Anderson end. With Benjamin on strike, it's left arm round the wicket that Wood's going to bowl him. He's in now, he bowls a straight one that's knocked into the leg side. There'll be at least one here. They might think about a second. No is the call. So 1 to the total. 173 for 4. $174 for 6 is what I meant to say.
Glamorgan have beaten Leicestershire, just to confirm that now, by 6 wickets. So a victory in Division 2 for Glamorgan. But a couple of big wins, haven't they? Because they went to Nottinghamshire the other week and beat Notts. So they go top of Division 2 by a point over Nottinghamshire with that victory against Leicestershire by 6 wickets. Here is Luke Wood. Left arm around the wicket, bowls, left alone by Briggs, through to the keeper. There's no run. Century for Sam Robson for Middlesex. 177 for 1. Robson 108 not out. Peter Hanscom 58 not out. Looks like just a day to bat for Middlesex. They still need a further 193 runs to win. And Hampshire being frustrated against Gloucestershire in Southampton. Here's Wood in bowling. And Briggs defends. And there's no run. So Gloucestershire are hanging on in there because they're 8 wickets down. They're 260 for 8, Gloucestershire. They need a further 108 runs to beat Hampshire. 38 overs. At the start of the final session, they've now used 6 of them and still looking for that first post-tee breakthrough. So Hampshire need 2 more wickets to win. Gloucestershire 108. 32 overs left to get them. Wood to Briggs. Well, that's squirts through to the keeper and actually just bursts through his gloves, and he takes a glove off there, Phil Salt, crouching down. Trying not to flinch, but hopefully no damage done on his right finger. He's really smiley, he's Phil Salt. Wood 1 for 28. Anderson end of the ground. Left arm around the wicket poles, and Briggs will nudge it back along the ground. It's fielded by Luke Wood. And there's no run. Still this leg side field. We've not seen anything too short yet from Luke Wood. There's a forward short leg There's a short mid-wicket, mid-on. There's a deep square leg and a long leg, but with left arm around, that is short actually. And Briggs can just bend his knees and get underneath it and through to the keeper, and there's no run. End of the over. Phil Salt. Looks like thankfully he's okay. And we've got 26 left today. We've got 7 overs until the second new ball becomes available for Lancashire. But I suspect realistically, for that to have a genuine impact, Warwickshire will probably need to be 8 or 9 down if Lancashire are taking a second new ball in 7 overs time and still needing 4 wickets. Lead of 130. There would be 19 overs left in the day, still requiring 4 wickets, pushing the equation a little further away from Lancashire. But Parkinson's going to twirl away from the Statham end, and by the sounds of it, may have just heard the whistle. Dame Velas signalling towards the dressing room that he wants another helmet, so maybe another close-in catcher. Perhaps even for Velas himself it will be, I think. He's handed the umpire his sunglasses and his cap. And out comes the helmet for the Lancashire skipper.
Well, why not? Lancashire needs wickets. And if they want to win this game, they need them now. I don't want, like you say, they don't want to be waiting for that new ball. Still needing 4. I think this is probably what the conversation is as well between Bailey and Parkinson. So Parkinson just tinkering with his field. He's got a slip, a leg slip, and 2 under the helmet on either side. So there's, with the wicketkeeper, 5 around the bat for Lancashire. A mid-on and a mid-off still. A fairly squarish fine leg, an extra cover, and a fairly deepish backward point as Parkinson comes round the wicket, and that's not a great delivery to start things off from Phil Parkinson. It was almost a wide. Left alone by Benjamin.
Ooh, Hampshire have picked up the 9th Gloucestershire wicket. Mohammed Amir gone.
Parkinson in again, and this is padded away by Benjamin. It pitched outside the leg stump, so no danger of an LBW.
James Fuller with the wicket, so they just need 1 more, and what have they got left? 30 overs in Southampton, so Hampshire back on course.
Parkinson continuing with this round the wicket line, and once again padded away by Benjamin. No bat or glove involved, so although the catch was taken by Velas at silly point, no bat involved. Here comes Parkinson again, a straighter one that's worked into the offside, but no chance for a run there. Would do in the fielding out there by the umpire. Fairly squarish backward point. He's switched to going right arm over the wicket now, Parkinson, for the last 2 balls of the over. Half an appeal. It did strike him on the pad, that one, Benjamin, but it was nowhere near the leg stump. So 1 ball to go in the 74th over. The new ball 6 overs away after the completion of this one, and Parkinson in again, a straight one that's defended by Benjamin. So another maiden that for Parkinson. His figures for this second innings remain 3 for 59. That's what sounds like the hover cover is being turned on.
I don't think it's going to rain, but I presume it's being relocated for some reason, I guess. They've fired it into life, haven't they? Oh yes, here it comes. It's been it's been moved out towards the net side of the ground. Is the hover cover.
Makes quite the racket, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Yes. It does. Oh dear. Matt's brother, Callum. Leicestershire got beat. They lost at Glamorgan by 6 wickets, but he's picked up 3 wickets. 4 in the match, but he dismissed the top 3 for Glamorgan, Lloyd, Salter and Labuschagne. But Glamorgan securing a 6-wicket victory over Leicestershire. Hovercover's found a new home, which is lovely. Here is Wood, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Briggs, and that is play back along the ground, fielded by Bohannon, and there is no run. Lead of 128. Luke Wood 1 for 28. And again, balls driven away by Briggs. Picked up inside the offside by Stephen Croft in extra cover. .174 for 6. Sir Alistair Cook is edging towards a century for Essex at 151 without loss against Yorkshire. Wood left arm around. It's short, and Briggs just tries to ease it off his hip. I've got this field set Lancashire again for this type of attack from or approach from Wood. Got the long leg. Got the backward square. Got the forward short and the short mid wicket. Everyone's having a little say here. Tom Bailey's having a natter to Luke Wood. Keaton Jennings and Dane Velas, they were in conversation. The result of that is going to be Velas in at leg slip. Wood to Briggs. It's actually a full ball, which he digs out really well. Bounces down into the ground and stopped by Jennings. Parking some of his hands on his head. Almost got through. Sounds busy down below us. All of this is out of our line of sight, but there's plenty of activity. Hovercover's been moved. There's all sorts of sounds. Here's Wood in. It's a short ball, and Briggs gets underneath that. Taken by Salt, and there's no run. So McAndrew bowled a similar spell to this, albeit in slightly different conditions. Sun's beating down at the minute. McAndrew at least had a bit of cloud cover. Actually, I think the floodlights were on too, and it was when Jennings and Wells were batting for Lancashire. Luke Wood really bending his back here, trying to get something out of the pitch. Briggs right in line to defend out into the offside, and there is no run. End of another one. Chalked off. Still got 4 wickets to play with. Have Warwickshire. 24 overs left in the day. 174 for 6. A lead of 128 runs.
It's now or never time, really, isn't it? For Lancashire. 128. 24 overs left. Even if there was to be a miracle over here from Parkinson now and he mops up the last 4 wickets, they're still going to have to rattle along. But we shall see. We're enjoying the sunshine, we're enjoying the cricket, and it's great to have you with us here. Parkinson then, starting an over at Benjamin, and the first ball is padded away for no run.
Sir Alistair Cook has reached his second century of the match for Essex against Yorkshire.
Parkinson now switching to right arm over the wicket, and Benjamin defends. He started the over coming round, but has changed his line. So that is first class 100 number, quite a few anyway, isn't it, of his career.
Well, the quirky thing about this, and this has been reported by our colleagues covering the game in Chelmsford.
Parkinson in the game, a quicker ball that's defended by Benjamin.
But it's the first time he's ever scored 2 centuries in the same first-class match.
How interesting. You would have thought all that cricket he's played in all of his career, he would have done it before now, but 174 for 6 Warwickshire, as Benjamin just drops his bat on this one and moves the delivery from Parkinson into the offside for no run.
Heading for a draw that game. They're 6-1-5-8-4 nought against Yorkshire.
4 round the bat as Parkinson bowls to Benjamin, and again defends well. Does Warwickshire's number 6, no run.
It's a lead of 100. It's that game between Essex and Yorkshire heading towards a draw. Hampshire still need 1 more wicket to beat Gloucestershire, who need 95 to win.
Parkinson then completing his over with a full delivery that's just chipped nicely into the offside. There might even be 4. I think it's going to get cut off by Bohannon just inside the rope. It is. So they'll have to settle for 3. That's good running to end the 76th over. The new ball 4 overs away now. Warwickshire find themselves on 174 for 6. 177 for 6. 76 overs bowled. They're 131 in front.
There was that partnership, wasn't there, in the Hampshire second innings between Donald and Fuller. They put on 100 runs for the last wicket to take Hampshire from 103 for 9 to 204 all out. And Gloucestershire's final pair of Warner and Singdale can't possibly repeat that, can they? Well, they need 91 more runs to win, Gloucestershire.
That will be a grandstand finish on the south coast if they pull that one off.
Hampshire are 1 wicket away from matching what Surrey did, who are the current Division 1 leaders, with Hampshire currently 2nd and Lancashire 3rd. At this early stage, here's Wood around the wicket, bowls, and Benjamin defends. And there is no run.
But it's been some excellent cricket, hasn't there, so far, in the 4 opening rounds of the county championship. For all that's been said about county cricket and red ball resets and techniques and the state of pitches, from the streams that I've seen, in fact I think even England's finest ever player James Anderson even said it himself, that the standard is actually pretty good.
Around the wicket comes Wood to Benjamin, and Benjamin tries to pull the ball through the onside. It's a real heave from Benjamin, swing and a miss, and Salt looking rather perplexed, down on one knee.
Yeah, a bit ugly that from Benjamin.
He
He tried to do a big heave into the leg side for a ball that was well wide of the off stump, and he sort of just didn't really do anything in the end, and it went through to Salt.
Benjamin 22 not out. Wood tails in again, bowls short once more down the leg side, and Salt this time having to scramble about and dive around, and he gets to the ball. He got 1 glove on it, and then he went kind of chasing after it on his knees, and then he almost jumped on it. He's having a bit of fun.
It's like my dog in the park, that then. Desperately trying to make sure he got the ball so no one else does. Poor old Phil Salt. He's kept wicket very well, actually, has Salt. He's certainly enjoying his cricket. Big summer ahead for him in both red and white ball, you'd say.
Wood to Benjamin. It's defended into the offside. Crofty's straight to it at extra cover, and there is no run. 177 for 6.
Have we learnt yet why they moved the hover cover?
No, it's a mystery.
Just fancied a change of scenes,
Wow.
did it? Getting a bit warm for it. With the sun beating down on it, so they've moved it over to the far side of the ground.
Plenty of space over there for it. Wood around the wicket, short again, and Benjamin just drags the ball out through the onside. Tane Villas at mid-wicket field, and there is no run. One ball left of this one from Wood. So by the end of the 77th over, Lancashire holding Bailey and Hassan back, you would think, for it. Have a go with the new ball. It's 22 overs left in the day. The lead is 131.
I'm not sure about this tactic of short stuff from Wood. He hasn't quite got it right if he's going to continue with it.
Down the leg side again, so it has Salt. He's been busy. He'll sleep well. He's having to, cartwheeling away to his left this time to stop the ball. It's the end of the over. 177 for 6, 77 gone. 22 left today. 131 in front.
Another wicket has gone down in that final of the women's T20 at Birmingham's Edgbaston Community Sports Ground. Somerset find themselves on 21 for 2. 4 overs been bowled. Now Davis has got the second wicket. It's Holland that's been caught. So 21 for 2 Somerset are looking to set Warwickshire a total in that final of the T20 women's tournament that's taking place in Birmingham. Parkinson to continue then from the Statham end. He's going to continue to operate right arm over the wicket. It's Briggs on strike, who's forward and defends. He's got still plenty of company for him, along with the wicketkeeper Salt. He's got a slip and a leg slip, and 2 catching either side just in his eye line. Fairly close extra cover, a backward point, a mid on, a mid off, and a fine leg. Parkinson in. This one's a bit straighter and a chance of a catch. Did it have any bat involved? No, according to the umpire. An easy enough take for Jennings there under the lid. Close in on the leg side, but no bat, according to umpire Lloyd, as Parkinson sets himself again to send the next one down. Here he comes, a straighter delivery that's a bit fuller, and there'll be runs here. Just the one. They trot through for a single. Takes Briggs on to 22. Moves Warwickshire on to 178 for 6. That new ball just round the corner now with a lead of 132. And just 21 overs to go after this. Even if it does do the damage, it's going to be quite the mountain that Lancashire will have to climb to force victory from here. Parkinson switching to round the wicket for that delivery, and Benjamin leaves it alone. Appeal for just about everything there, I think. LBW caught behind, but once more the umpire having none of it. And Briggs just slowing things down a second by going to do a touch of gardening, whilst Parkinson walks back to his mark. 2 balls to go in the over. Parkinson right arm round the wicket is the leg spinner, and that's padded away fairly confidently by Benjamin. He's looked good as Warwickshire's number 6 since he came to the wicket, as has Danny Briggs, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment. They've been there for 67 and 62 balls respectively, and Parkinson to complete this over is once more padded away by Benjamin. A strange looking pad away, I have to say. He sort of bent down and tried to curl it, but the over is complete, and Warwickshire find themselves 178 for 6 with the new ball just 2 overs away now. And Parkinson with figures of 6 for 63 in this innings, just the 6 maidens off his 33 overs that he's bowled. And crucially in this match now, 132 runs is the difference between the sides.
Hampshire have beaten Gloucestershire. 280 all out Gloucestershire, so Hampshire have won by 87. And the game between Essex and Yorkshire has now officially finished in a draw. Essex finishing on 167 without loss from their 59 overs, with Sir Alistair Cook unbeaten, his second century of the match. So draw for Essex in Yorkshire, a win for Hampshire. It's a cracking win for Hampshire, that, because they were in all sorts of trouble in the second innings. They made a right mess of it. They were 60 for 7 and 70 for 8, 100 for 9. But Donald and Fuller, with that century partnership for the last wicket, took the game basically away from Gloucestershire. They had a chance of chasing, being set something like 250 to win, and it ended up being 230. And that was beyond them. Hampshire winning by 87. Cries of catch as Wood comes in, flicked off the hit by Briggs for 4 runs. There is that leg slip in place. Villas had just positioned himself there in the previous over, and it's down towards the boundary below us here for 4 runs.
Would have been a good diving catch if he'd taken that one. Dane Villas tried his best, went sort of, you know, Superman style towards it, but just couldn't get the trajectory on the ball to land in his right hand as he flew towards Phil Salt from leg slip. 4 runs is the outcome.
Wood left arm around the wicket, short again. That's a terrific one-handed take from Phil Salt. That fizzed past the batter, and no wonder Dane Villas has gone across to say, good catch. Blimey. A sharp work, one-handed from Phil Salt.
There was some late movement as well on that one as well, and it died on him just as he was diving towards it. An excellent take, that, by Salt.
Might well be Wood's, but I think it will be Wood's last over. The new ball will be due at the end of the following one. He's in and bowling. Brings it up onto his toe, trying to work it into the offside. He's got a clue where the ball had gone. So he comes back off the bat, hits his thigh pad. He looks behind him, then he looks the other way, and then he sees it, thankfully for him, just rolling in front of him. And then he sees the towering figure of Keaton Jennings creeping up behind him to pick the ball up and hand it back to the bowler.
Yes, he didn't hear the dreaded rattle, which is exactly what Briggs was hoping for.
26 not out from 65 balls, Briggs. He's eased off the hip down towards Parkinson at fine leg for a single. The score moves on to 183 for 6. Lead moves on to 137. Woods bowler, I would suspect, a very tiring spell here, either side of tee, but certainly since the tee interval he's having to really put plenty in on a pretty docile pitch to try and see if he can unsettle the batter. They've gone for this approach where they've got fielders on the leg side. They did have a leg slip, but now Villas has gone towards short mid-wicket. There is a short square leg, there's a deep square leg, a long leg. Wood again around the wicket to Benjamin. And that's played into the back down the pitch. Picked up by Wood off his own bowling, and there's no run. He's got 1 ball left of the over. It might well be his last. He's put plenty in. There's Luke Wood. The dismissal of Rob Yates was a beauty. A ball of pace and movement. And it clattered into the stumps, beating Yates's defence. He's looking for 1 more. Here he is, short, and Benjamin looks to try and pull, but plays underneath the ball. And into the gloves of Phil Salt. That is the end of the over. 183 for 6. 20 left. Of course, you'll lose 2 as well for the change of innings. Warwickshire have almost got to that second new ball, which is 1 over away, still with 4 wickets in hand. And this partnership, Benjamin and Briggs, forget to a degree the run score, but I mean they've put on 45, but they've absorbed 116 deliveries, and they're pushing Warwickshire into a position now where the thoughts that Lancashire were starting to have this afternoon, when Parkinson picked up 3 of the 5 wickets to fall, but maybe just been able to force a win. The Warwickshire dressing room might feel a little bit more confident now.
I think you're right, Scott. Here comes Parkinson then. A ball that's fairly straight to open up this over. And Briggs is forward and defends. I suspect they'll take the new ball straight away though, Lancashire. Silly not to, really. Less than 20 overs left in the match now. Parkinson twists his arms and in again, and once more Briggs defends. Played well for his 27 as Danny Briggs. Supported Benjamin well on 22 is where Benjamin finds himself at the moment, stood at the non-striker's end. 3 for 63, Parkinson's figures so far. Here he comes again, and that's half a chance. It wasn't the greatest of deliveries actually from Parkinson, but Briggs knocks it into the leg side, and Jennings just seemed to lose it for a second, and that's all it needed to fall safe. He didn't hit it particularly hard there, Briggs, and that was at least half a chance of sneaking another Warwickshire wicket before the new ball. Still got 2 in front and 2 in behind, has Briggs, as Parkinson comes in again, and that's 1 on the leg side that he'll just knock into the onside for a run. Bailey comes round to do the fielding. Suspect he'll be starting to limber up, as you expect that it will be him and Hassan Ali that'll share the new ball. Hassan Ali stationed at mid-off at the moment. Just takes his cap off and ponders for a moment as Parkinson comes in again, and Benjamin well forward and defends. Again, a slip and a leg slip and a silly point. And 1 in catching on the leg side as well, so still quite an attacking field this from Lancashire. Last ball of the Parkinson over is bowled, it's full. And they think about a run, these two, but the no call comes through in the end, so that completes the 80 overs. Warwickshire at the new ball find themselves 184 for 6. You suspect the new ball will be taken immediately. They're in front by 138 runs.
Bailey 12 overs, 1 for 24. Hassan 1 for 55 from his 18. Parkinson 34 overs. And actually at the completion of that 80th over, Lancashire have decided that that's enough, and we will settle for a draw. The players shaking hands on a draw. They've reached the 80th over. Fair play to Briggs and to Benjamin. That was getting a bit dicey in the afternoon session. The loss of the 5 wickets, but those two have frustrated Lancashire after tea and have secured Warwickshire a draw. And the players shaking hands out in the middle. Lancashire will take 5 bonus points. Sorry, correction, 6 bonus points plus the 8 for the draw, and Warwickshire will take 5 bonus points plus their 8 for the draw. The two teams that finished first and second in last season's county championship battle are unable to be separated on a beautiful sunny late afternoon here at Emirates Old Trafford. And a game where Dom Sibley got a wonderful unbeaten century. Keaton Jennings with a century in his first game of the summer. With wickets for Hannon Dalby and for McAndrew, for Bailey and Hassan, and for Parkinson this afternoon. But the match here in Manchester finishes in a draw.
Been a good 4 days cricket, that. Really good attritional stuff yesterday morning. Came alive after lunch through towards tea. And today, when they lost Davis early, you did think that maybe Lancashire could force victory. Certainly when Parkinson was going after the lunch break, but no, they've shaken hands at 5 o'clock, or just gone. Two really good teams that you expect to be able to be pushing all the way come the end of the season. Shake hands on a draw here at Old Trafford. Lancashire go to Yorkshire next. That's on Thursday. Warwickshire entertain Northampton at Edgbaston. Ball-by-ball coverage of both games gets underway just before 11 o'clock on Thursday morning on the BBC Sport website and app. And from here, in a sunny Old Trafford, I'll hand you back to Scott.
Thank you, Adam. Yeah, thank you for your company throughout the course of the last couple of days. Likewise to Phoebe, who was with us on the first day in Bumble, and to Paul Allett as well. We will bring you reaction via the various social media channels over the course of the next couple of hours. Thank you for your company this afternoon. I'm looking to Colin. What we're doing, am I handing to anything, Colin? Just going to... Excellent. All right. Well, simple as that. We shall recap the highlights of the fourth and final day. The match ending in a draw here at Emirates Old Trafford. We'll catch you. I'll catch you at Yorkshire next week. Take it easy.